I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School Board District of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6:01. The first item of business we have is our invocation that will be led by Trustee Datron Williams, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Melissa Dungan. I'm going to announce something for them. Right before Mr. Williams gives our invocation, I wanted to notice that our color guard is being presented tonight by the College Park Marine Corps JROTC, instructed by Lieutenant Colonel Nicole Murray and Sergeant Major Christopher Combs. Color Sergeant is Connor Malia. Peter Richards is with the Texas flag, and the National Rifle Bearer is Melanie Gibbs, and our Texas flag bearer is Jonathan Watson. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Please. I think we think
What?
Sorry. You let him get in place.
Yeah, we'll give him a place.
What time? What? Color. Halt. Hey, set. Colors.
Okay. Thank you. Please oblige me in this plea. This evening I ask that we all make a concerted effort to take action. More specifically, we pray at each board meeting with the hopes that our prayers will be answered. Likewise, in times of loss and suffering, we faithfully send our thoughts and our prayers. But Scripture teaches us that this faith without works is a dead faith. So let us purpose to change our hearts and put our faith in action. Let us do what we are called to do. Let us be the people that we profess to be. Let everyone know who we are by our love for one another. Let us not practice a dead faith. For the fruits of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I am certain that we all have much work to do in each of these traits. So let us begin on this evening the work of applying these fruits in our daily walk. And let our actions also give sufficient evidence, our actions alone, for what we believe and for whom we belong. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas flag?
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Order. Colors. Ready. Cut. All right. Peace. Forward. Out. Forward. Watch.
Thank you for those who have participated, Mr. Williams and Ms. Dungan. Appreciate you all. That was our JROTC from College Park. I think we may be hearing from them a little bit later as well. So, all right, our next item is special board recognition. Item A, Students Together Achieving Results, Program Graduates. Dr. Noel.
All right, thank you very much. This is an exciting time of year. Here we are two days away from our first graduation ceremony, but really this is a season of celebrations as we celebrate students over the last few months, and We've seen them work their way through special programs, and tonight we're going to celebrate another special group of kids. These are our STAR students, and here tonight to make our introduction and tell us about our STAR program is Mr. Manuel Texador from our counseling department.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. As we begin this week of commencement, we'd like to recognize a group of graduating seniors for their participation and commitment to the Students Together Achieving Results, the STAR program. With me tonight and standing to the side are 22 of the 176 graduating seniors representing each of our 7 high schools. In addition, I'd like to recognize the STAR counselors who work diligently in building strong bonds and relationships with each of our students. As mentioned, this is the 14th group of seniors to graduate from this special program, and we want to honor them from their hard work and persistence. Counselors were asked to identify entering 9th grade students who show great personal and academic potential but struggle to enter high school. These students were invited to join this 4-year program. You know, some of the highlights of this year are trips that we took to St. Thomas University, Blinn College, Texas Southern University. During the St. Thomas trip, I had lunch with one of our students, and when I heard her speak, her testimony, I said, this is the person that's going to be speaking to you tonight. So without further ado, let me introduce you guys to Ms. Jordan Adams from Caney Creek High School.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Adams, and I'm a senior at Caney Creek High School. From birth and throughout my difficult childhood, I was switched constantly between living with my parents and my grandma's house. For much of my life, my father was in prison, and my mother would be neglectful and oversleep, so I was often kept home from school. I had good grades, but because of my many absences at Crichton Elementary, I was held back in 1st grade. I was fortunate to be enrolled in the PASS program that allowed me to complete all of my 5th and 6th grade in 1 year, so I could be placed in my correct grade. Sadly, my mother didn't even attend my graduation from the PASS program, and there were more problems at home. Child Protective Services got involved and placed me with my current guardian, who was a bus monitor at Oak Ridge District. I worked hard to keep my grades up, and the quote that got me through it was, "If you let the bad things that happen to you fizzle out your fire instead of fuel it, then that is where it will get you. Allow those hardships to strengthen your flame instead of dim it." I was able to move on to 7th grade at Moorhead Junior High, where I joined the choir and met the fantastic teacher, Miss Robertson. In 8th grade, I continued in choir and developed a passion for music therapy while working with life skills students in the Bel Canto Choir. In high school, I also got invited to join the STAR program in my 11th grade year, which has allowed me to visit several college campuses and also to make new friends while having a mental health day. My education at Caney Creek High School and membership in the STAR program and the choir have given me happiness and a positive direction for my future. I'm now planning to attend at Sam Houston State University and earn a degree in music therapy. Thank you to my campus counselors and to the district administration for helping to fund and develop such an important program to help students.
Like I said, her testimony just gives me chills. But thank you, Jordan. I appreciate you. Let me introduce you to the team, the kids that are here with me tonight. As call your name, please come forward. Jordan Adams, MJ Ortiz, Fernanda Gutierrez, Celia Trujillo, Laura Bejarano, Fabian Castillo, Julitza Nunez. Kirsten Pabst. Jariah Dills. Nicasio Campos. Elon Parrish. Janae Garrison. Isaac Valdez. Shatoria Barlow. Samaya Fountain. Ana Torrens Chacon. Rosie Garcia. William Dupreez. Kimberly Garza. Alexa Alexander. Landon Lara. And Gracie Payne.
All right. Congratulations to each of our graduates. Each and every one of you, there was something that our teachers and our counselors saw in you that was more than you saw in yourselves. And each of you took up the challenge and went through the process and stuck with it since you were freshmen. That's a lot of time, that's a lot of hard work, and that's a lot of effort on each of your parts to get here today. But now, each and every one of you has a vision for the future, and we can't wait to see what you're going to do next. So on behalf of the board, I'd like to extend my congratulations, and we will see each and every one of you at graduation.
Members of the board, I have one more person that just came in, if I can announce her name. Her name is Kathy Liu. Thank you, Kathy.
Star counselors, will you also join them and come through and shake hands, please, if you would? Turn around. We're following him right here. Everybody get behind him. Swing around, swing around, swing around, swing around. Here we go. Congratulations. We're going this way.
Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Love your story. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Congratulations.
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 See y'all soon.
Awesome job. We're so proud of you. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Awesome job. Congratulations. 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 Well done. Awesome job. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. We're proud of you. Excellent work. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you so much. Awesome, John. Thank you. Really well done. We appreciate you. Awesome job. Thank you so much. Wonderful job. Awesome, John. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your hard work. Well done. Thank you. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really well done. Thank you. Thank
And loved ones of our star students, you're welcome to stay, but if you want to exit, now is the time that you can do that and go meet them in the hallway if you'd like to.
Good job. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Give them a second to shuffle out before we call our next item. All right, this is exciting as well. Like I said, we've got a couple of things on here, some recognitions, this is a fun time of the year, as you said, Dr. Knoll.
Absolutely.
I can't hear you.
Gotcha. Okay, I will. All right, our next item is item 2B, which is College Park High School Marine Corps JROTC. I think they've got a couple of items here that we need to discuss.
They do indeed, filling up the agenda tonight, which is wonderful. And here to make the introduction is a very proud principal who was texting me from the competition to brag on these young people. Now he gets his chance to do it right here publicly, and that's awesome. Dr. Mark Merle, our head Cavalier.
Thank you. President Hubert, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Knoll. Thank you for giving College Park High School and our Marine Corps JROTC the opportunity to be at the board meeting tonight. 9 years ago, you and the Marine Corps approved our JROTC unit. Sergeant Major Combs was hired as the first instructor, and we began this new adventure into leadership, teamwork, and character development. As the program grew, we added another instructor, and now Lieutenant Colonel Nicole Mowry has been part of the team for the past 3 years. I want to thank the Board of Trustees for the commitment you have made to a program that has changed kids' lives. Our unit has created an opportunity for many kids to learn and experience leadership in new ways. From leadership camps, mountain adventures, whitewater rafting, and traveling to California, Colorado, Florida, Washington, D.C., and many other places, they have experienced challenges, learned about themselves and their team, and developed skills that will last them a lifetime. It also has given them a connection to school that has helped them academically and socially. You have made a difference in many lives over the last 9 years of the program. Our JROTC captured the very first Marine Corps JROTC drill competition in 2017. We continued to compete over the next 2 years and finished in the top 4. In 2020, we were well on our way to another national championship when our season was cut short due to COVID. In 2022, we were able to resume competitions, and our unit has been amazing. Last year, they were crowned the All-Service National High School Drill Champions in Daytona, Florida. This year, they accomplished another amazing feat and became a major powerhouse in the JROTC world by capturing the Marine Corps JROTC National Championship, and turned around 3 weeks later and defended their All-Service National High School Drill Championship as well. This is the first time in history of the competitions that both the Marine Corps and All-Service Championships were won by the same team in the same year. At this time, it is my honor to present to you the instructors of the Marine Corps JROTC program, Lieutenant Colonel Mowry and Sergeant Major Combs.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We truly appreciate you having us here tonight. I'm Sergeant Major Combs. I got the short straw to speak tonight. What I would like to say is, I just want to tell you a little bit about the students you see in front of you. Their season starts in August when we start school, and it doesn't end until May. We practice about 2 hours a night from 3:30 to 5:30 in the evening, and we do it 5 days a week. So there's really no break for us, and there's really not a lot of competition. So this year alone, we only went to 4 competitions. So our first competition was in Dayton, and we just went there just to enjoy it, and we ended up winning first. So they said, all right, you have to be selected to go to your regional competition. So they selected us to go to regionals, and of course, we ended up winning first. So they said, hey, the first 2 teams, we're going to pay for you to go to Washington, D.C., and you're going to compete in the nationals. So we did that, and we ended up winning first. So they said, we're going to pay for part of it to send you to Florida to the all-service. And, of course, we ended up coming in first. So I'm not sure about them, but I'm absolutely proud of their accomplishments. They've done amazing things. They're out in the community. They're representing College Park High School and CISD well. And I'd like to just introduce a few of them to you. So at Nationals this year, All Service Nationals, we had the #1 color guard in the nation. So if you guys could come up, the first 4. Okay? So last year, when we won it for the first time, we were a first-time school, and they made it very clear that we only won by 8 points, that it was double-checked, triple-checked, that we just won by 8 points. Well, this year, due to these 4 right here, it was such a blowout, we ended up winning by over 100 points. So, and they played a huge part in everything we did. The next individual I'd like to call up is, she's our new CO, Commanding Officer, Isabel Martinez. So Isabel was our regulation commander, and last year she was the #2 commander in the nation as a sophomore, and this year as a junior, she is the #1 unit leader in the nation. So, and then these are the guys and gals that really make it happen in the back, because I say it's one of the hardest things you can see, is because you have to get 18 individuals to do the same thing at the same time. No one has their own play, no one runs their own route, no one can do their own thing. They have to do it the same, and these are the individuals that synced up and did that and made us very proud. So if the rest of you would please come up. Well, they're coming up. I would like to clarify one thing. When you go to all service, there's actually 3 divisions. There's a Division 3 basic, there's a Division 2 advanced, and there's a Division 1 masters. And these are your highest division. This is the Division 1 masters national champion in armed rifle.
So Paul, I apologize for having to have notes. This is my very first time to do this, and I have to admit, I'm a little starstruck. You all probably don't know who I am, but I know who you are because I have been following you. And when President Hubert asked me if I was interested in doing this presentation, I was giddy. I was honored because I am amazed by what you have done, and I know our whole board and our district is. So what I'd like to say is savor every minute of this. There's something you have done that no one has ever done before, and it's akin to the miracle on ice. And when you all are older, have your own families, I want you to remember how you feel right now. And this moment, how special it is and how proud everyone is here of you and in the district. Outstanding job. as a football mom and as your leadership and mentors have stated, that this is different. It's not, it's like becoming a team, not an individual. And that is exactly what you all did. You unlocked the next level by being a member of people, a group of people working for the man and woman next to you. Outstanding. So proud of you. Thank you for this opportunity to share that with you.
Who's leading us?
Congratulations. Well done.
Y'all have
Congratulations.
incredible handshakes, by the way.
We're so proud of you. Really well done.
Amazing.
Congratulations. Awesome job. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Awesome job. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Nice job. Congratulations.
Congratulations for everything you've done.
Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Congratulations, sir. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate it.
These are quite the handshakes.
Yes, they have incredible handshakes.
Oh, yes.
That's great. Love it. Thank you, Ms. Oldenwelder. Appreciate those words. All right, moving on to our next item, which is item 2C, which is our 2023 6A Boys Doubles Tennis State Champions, Jose Perez and Emilio Lopez from the Woodlands High School.
All right, we'll ask Dr. Ted Landry, Woodlands High School principal, to come forward and make our introductions.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. As always, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to publicly recognize and celebrate some amazing young people. And the two young men, our state champions that you're going to meet here in a minute, are no exception to this. They are both fantastic students, both in school and on the court, and they have represented themselves with class and dignity and a determination that is next to none. We are immensely proud of them and their accomplishment. They are, in fact, a true representation of their head coach, who himself is a class act and a wonderful, wonderful educator and mentor to young people. And the Woodlands High School is immensely fortunate to have him on our staff. So it is my distinct honor and privilege to be able to introduce you to the Woodlands High School head tennis coach, Coach Brett Kendall.
Thank you, Board. It's an honor to be here. One of our mottos this year, our chants before every match, was TED PG, and it's in honor of our principal, Ted Landry, who was in the Marine Corps. I also had a son in the Marine Corps. And TED PG stands for toughness, effort, discipline, pride, and grit. And we try to display that in every practice, every dual match, every competition. And these two young men, Emilio Lopez and Jose Perez, you guys come on up. And I have a few facts about them. They have their gold medals on. The Woodlands tennis program has a rich tradition of success, but these guys are the first ever state champions from the Woodlands. That's saying something. Emilio and Jose are team captains. They are 3-time district and regional boys doubles champions, 3-time state qualifiers for team tennis and individual spring tennis. They have 20 spring tournament titles together. Senior year, they led the team to the highest ranking ever at number 3 by the 6A TTCA coaches poll. Team tennis went 22-3 with only losses to the state champion Westwood 11-8 and Houston Memorial 13-6 and 10-9 in the state semifinals. Lopez and Perez led team tennis to 4 district titles, including a win streak, which is now at 60, plus 3 Region 2 championships. This past fall, Emilio Lopez was 12-2 in singles and 16-1 in doubles with his partner Cal Riggs. This past fall, Jose Perez was 15-1 in singles and 21-0 in doubles with Felipe Ramirez. Both Emilio and Jose were named All-State for 6A boys singles at the state team tennis championships in October. Emilio and Jose were dominant this spring, going undefeated at 25-0. They did not drop a set until the state championship match versus Allen, where they prevailed 6-1, 3-6, 6-2. Emilio Lopez was named Houston Chronicle All-Greater Houston Boys Player of the Year in 2021. Last spring, in 2022, both Lopez and Perez were recognized by the Chronicle as All-Greater Houston Boys Doubles, and this past Sunday, they were named Players of the Year, All-Greater Houston for boys. Jose Perez plans on playing for Collin County in Plano, Texas. Emilio Lopez will attend the University of Texas in Austin.
They're a doubles team. You can take them together. We'll just wait here for a second. Let's let Nelson speak, and then
Well, just wanted to take this opportunity to just congratulate you. Well done and well deserved. We know that this does not come from luck. We know that where hard work meets preparation, and boy, did your hard work pay off, because you brought home a big, big prize. And we just want to thank you. We want to take this opportunity to thank your coaches and also your parents, because we know that this is a team effort. So if you're here, great job. There are lessons that you'll take on and off the court, like integrity, hard work, dedication, and this is something that you'll take for the rest of your life. So congratulations, well done. We're so proud.
Well done, congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Really nice job.
Congratulations.
Thank you for the job you did.
Appreciate you. Well done.
outstanding. Good job. Good job. Appreciate you, Coach. Good job. Appreciate it. Good job.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Appreciate those words, and Dr. Landry and all those involved. All right, moving on to item 2D, which is Conroe Independent School District and the Fine Arts Department Name Foundation Best Communities in Music Award, Education Award. Dr. Knoll.
Yeah, so we will continue the theme of celebrations, and I'd just like to point out, it's always great when we can celebrate students and their achievements and what's going on in the school district, but tonight is really special because our first item recognized academics and perseverance. Our second item recognized JROTC. Our third item recognized athletics, and our fourth item recognized fine arts. Our kids are performing in every single category out there, and it's because of the great work of our teachers and what they do to pour into them and this great community that we serve and the parents. So I just think that should be pointed out. It's just kids are amazing everywhere we go and everything that they do, and to tell us about our fine arts is Dr. Bob Horton, our coordinator of fine arts.
Well, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, I am excited to share with you that Conroe ISD has received a 2023 designation as a Best Community for Music Education. And let me begin by thanking you, our CISD Board of Trustees, for your support of fine arts that allow opportunities like this to be possible. The Best Communities in Music Education Award is a nationwide recognition program that is administered by the National Association of Music Merchants, or NAM Foundation. This foundation is a nonprofit organization committed to advancing music education through active participation. It was established in 1999, and this survey is a nationwide search for communities who provide access to music education as an essential part of a complete education, and communities who exemplify commitment and support for music education. So this 24th annual survey measured a variety of factors, including budgetary commitment to music, opportunities for students to learn music, the presence of highly qualified, certified music teachers, some of whom are joining us tonight to represent their colleagues, adherence to state and national standards, types of musical experiences offered, and opportunities for performance and competition. A community like ours had to show that we are committed to both access and high standards for music education in all areas to be named a best community. So to earn this designation, we submitted a short 38-page survey with information about our school district, community, and instructional practices. There were 15,000 potential applicants across the United States, and we are one of over 1,100 school districts in Texas. We are one of the 103 to earn this distinction, placing us in the top 9% of ISDs in Texas and the top 0.00009% in the nation. So we are incredibly proud of our teachers and their work. So 2 thoughts from the NAM Foundation about this award perfectly describe our school district. The Best Communities in Music Education designation is awarded to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all students. And districts that have been recognized by the NAM Foundation are often held up as models for other educators looking to boost their own music education programs. 2023 is the 11th year that CISD has been named a Best Community for Music Education. And we have representatives from elementary music, intermediate, junior high, and high school band, orchestra, choir, and I would like them to come forward and stand with me because it's the work that they do. So, thank you for giving this recognition to the exemplary work by the students and teachers in music in Conroe ISD.
Who wants to start off with this?
Dr. Bob.
Hello.
Y'all swing around here, work your way around. There you go. That's right.
11 years. Wow, that is incredible. In Conroe ISD, all means all, and music is a perfect vehicle to support this aspiration. Music brings us together and it creates a universal community. I have had the absolute joy of seeing many schools, choir and bands and orchestra perform, and it has been nothing but an amazing experience. The fine arts department here in this district is second to none, and it is my absolute joy on behalf of the board to recognize this incredible achievement. Congratulations.
You're the leader. You're the leader.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Excellent job. Thank you for leading.
Thank you.
Really well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Awesome job.
Well
Well done.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Really well done.
Outstanding.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you for all you do. Dr. Lloyd, once again, always, man, appreciate it.
Awesome.
That was fun.
It was fun. I hate to say, did we miss anybody? Because I'm not sure we did. Throughout the year, I think we hit almost every part of our district. So it's just wonderful. It's great to celebrate those. So congratulations to all those teachers and administrators and everybody that took part in that. So thank you for that. Our next item is citizen participation, and I know we've had some people sign up tonight. So during this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its comments of this issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask that speakers address their comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policy regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comment to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, you'll hear this. And the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, would you please call our first person?
Brooke Stone. Elizabeth Morrison.
I'll be fairly quick as usual. So tonight I really just wanted to say I work in mental health. So I've had a lot of people come into my office for a lot of different reasons. Books has never been one. Parents have. I think that we do a disservice, and we may even be gaslighting our kids, to say that all of their parents can always make the best decision for them. That's not the case. If my kid breaks their arm, I don't make the best decision for them all on my own. I consult with a doctor, right? So if I want my kid to get the best education, I need to consult with experts on education. Their teachers, their facilitators, their lovely superintendents, and even some board members. But I need to talk to the experts, gather that information, and then we can make the best decision for the kid. Not every parent's going to make the best decision for their kid just because they're a parent. That's it. Good night.
Thank you.
Joseph Liu.
Dr. Liu.
Good evening. I would like to thank President Hubert, the members of the school board, and Dr. Knoll for the opportunity to express my views. Because it's been a while since I was here last, I would also like to welcome the newest members of the school board. My name is Joe Liu. I'm a physician and I've been a district resident now for almost 30 years. I have 2 children who attend schools in Conroe ISD. I have previously appeared before you on the issue of racism perpetrated against my son by the orchestra teacher at Collins Intermediate School. However, I am not here today to air my grievances. Rather, I'm a firm believer of fair play. If I'm going to criticize school officials who lie and then cover up, then I must also praise school officials who demonstrate courage, honesty, and integrity. When they identify that when a problem exists, admit that a problem exists, and then fix the problem with a simple solution before it snowballs into a full-blown crisis. Therefore, I would like to commend the principal at Sally K. Wright Elementary, Ms. Megan Burnham, and the principal at Knox Junior High, Mr. Joe Dahl, who's actually here today, for doing just that. When I approached Ms. Burnham about an issue involving my daughter, she had a simple solution to the problem. And bam, just like that, a crisis was averted. Mr. Dahl likewise also prevented a disaster from happening to my son by first admitting that there indeed was a problem and then finding a simple solution to this issue. Another crisis averted. These are textbook examples of crisis management. These two individuals are the true definition of what it means to be a leader. If there is a problem, identify it, admit it, and fix it. Don't lie or cover up like what happened at Collins Intermediate School. Like the old proverb says, there's only one truth, but there are infinite lies. Once you start to lie, you will go down a prairie dog hole where there's only one entrance and no exits. You will be stuck down forever with no hell's way of getting out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
Teresa Neiman.
Can we get the lights back on?
Good evening. I haven't emailed it to you yet, so you'll get your homework later. I took a little literary license tonight. First, they came for the smut novels, and I did not speak out, because who needs smut in school? Then they came for the LGBTQ books, and I did not speak out, because my kid isn't LGBTQ. Then they came for the culturally challenging books, and I did not speak out, because we live in a culturally diverse area, don't we? Then they came for the socially challenging books, and I did not speak out, because I can teach my kids to think without these, right? Then they came for books that encourage thinking, and I did not speak out, because I, too, had stopped thinking. I just found it easier to go with the flow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Walker.
Good evening, Board, President Hubert, Dr. Knoll. While waiting for my grad school program to start in the fall, I've been subbing at CISD. And even though I've always been a supporter and volunteer of my kids' schools, this has given me a brand new perspective on one that I didn't have before, and I am even more in awe of our CISD educators. I've been in several elementary school classrooms and a few high school classrooms. I wanted to share with you and with the community some of the things I've seen. I've seen snacks and supplies that were definitely purchased with the teacher's own money. I know this because as a parent, those supplies definitely were not on the list. I've seen areas behind the teacher's desk littered with notes and drawings from their students. Little notes that say, "You're the best teacher ever. I love you." I've seen very detailed subplans that prove how well they know each and every kid in their classroom and how much they care for them. I've seen classroom libraries filled with well-loved and age-appropriate books that kids want me to read to them over and over again anytime we have a spare moment. What I haven't seen is any form of indoctrination or so-called pornography. So I hope as a community we can focus on what is really important, give our support to the upcoming bond, and support teachers and students in a way that is really going to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roberta Sandler.
I'd like to start by sharing a quick story with you. A soccer team was playing a showcase game one day. The ref was making horrible calls throughout the entire game. The next time a bad call was made, a player walked up to the ref and on the field, and he said, "It is an embarrassment to be on the same playing field as you." He was quickly given a red card and set off. When I asked the kid after the game why, he replied, "You wouldn't understand. You don't have a passion for this game." And I hadn't thought about that story for years since then, until one April afternoon when SB 8 bill came across my desk. The administration had asked us to respond to the SB 9 bill. Sorry about that. It's a bill with a proposal paying every school district a cost of an additional $4K if you're under you're under
6K.
I'm sorry, SB 9 with the proposal of paying every school district surrounding CISD an additional $4K this coming school year in order to equalize starting teacher and new hire salaries. Tomball starting salary, according to one internet source, is 59.7K with a 19,000 enrollment. Conroe starting pay is approximately 60K with 71K enrollment. That's only a $300 difference. Are those educators entitled to more pay for the same job that we are doing in our same region? If so, why? Then it hit me. When you have a passion for what you are doing and for the people, when you have a passion for what you are doing and the people in charge are constantly getting it wrong, then you have to stand up and say something. A few years back, we were told that we were essential in getting our economy up and running. At McCullough Junior High, we taught during the day in school and at night virtual. We must have done a good job because inflation is running at 6%, and there's an $88 billion fund in the rainy day funds. All the while, our pay raises have been small or non-existent. It feels as if retention bonuses and stipends have become the norm. This translates to what is known in math as simple interest. We need the good stuff. We need the compound interest that pays the raises.
Thank you.
Can I
It
take
goes
another
fast.
minute?
I wish.
No.
No, ma'am.
You can email it.
Yeah,
I'll share.
Thank you.
Monica Wetzik.
Good evening. I'm a proud Conroe ISD librarian. One of my highlights every year is attending TLA. There was a conversation at the last board meeting as to whether or not the district should support librarians attending this absolutely fantastic conference. I have attended TLA whenever possible since I became a librarian in 2001. This year is the first time I have been in person since before COVID, and it was nothing less than outstanding. TLA is a conference for all librarians, including public libraries, academic, corporate, and public and private school libraries. The sessions include topics that librarians feel are needed for their particular constituents. I attended sessions that are relevant to the students at my school so that I will be a better librarian for them. The CISD librarians know which sessions are beneficial to each of us, as well as district expectations. Mrs. Chase mentioned that she would love to hear about what we learned at TLA, and I am excited to share that with you today. A few sessions I attended included the following: librarian and ELA collaboration to teach research skills, the poetry roundup, which is my favorite, I love poetry, creating videos on different platforms, digital citizenship, maker and stream education, a variety of uses for Google tools that I did not know anything about, and it was so exciting. Nurturing writers, ChatGPT and AI, which is a little bit scary, student-led book clubs, copyright curriculum, and Texas book list. There were so many great sessions, I did not even attend the keynote speakers so that I had time to go to the exhibit hall and visit with vendors. I came home with 3 full shopping bags full of middle grade advanced reader copies of books that are coming out soon, and I'm hoping to get through at least half of them this summer. I also came home with an exploding brain and a soul on fire for the things I am excited about implementing in my library next year, which happens to me every year. Still, my head is still spinning. TLA is a vital part of my professional growth as a librarian, as it is for all librarians. There is no conference besides, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Eliza Baylor.
Hi, my name is Eliza Baylor. I'm a 7th grader at York Junior High. Last Thursday, I was attacked in the halls on campus as I walked between my first and third period classes. The girl who attacked me tried to start a fight, saying mean things to me. I told her to shut up and I didn't want to fight. She called me a coward and just expected me to do all things. She ran down the hall after me and pushed me into the back. I ignored her and kept walking. She came in front of me and grabbed me and threw me into the wall head first. She then grabbed me by my hair and dragged me into a teacher's room, repeatedly punching me in the face, like my nose, and then teachers, about 6 of them, tried to pull her off, but she was resilient and kept on, and then she kicked me in the mouth. Last Thursday was not the first time that I was threatened, and this is not the first time that I've reported being bullied by this specific human. I went back to the AP and nothing was done again, and then that's when the fight happened. I don't feel safe anymore at my school, and it's really sad for me because at school, you're supposed to go there and learn and be happy and have friends. But now I go to school and I get dark thoughts, and I feel self-worth is down, and my mental health is drained. And I feel like nobody cares anymore, and that has caused me not to want to go back to York Junior High anymore. And I would like to go to a private school because the school is unbelievable, and I feel like nobody's doing anything about it. Board, I wanted y'all to think about, do you think you have the #1 job, which is protecting the students? Because I don't think so. I feel like your #1 job is not. Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
James Baylor.
You just heard from my brave daughter about how she was assaulted at York last week while trying to walk to class. She was willing to come up here and tell you that because she had the courage to bear herself, to hope that you have the courage to acknowledge that there really is a problem in your district and have the guts to do something about it. This assault happened over 5 days ago, and as of 10:30 a.m. this morning, I'm told that this board had not even been informed of this assault. My child was a victim in a premeditated attack in your school, and your administration didn't even think that was important enough to inform you. That speaks volumes about where safety sits in your agenda. My daughter reported the bully repeatedly. She tried to walk away. She did everything we have told her to do when she's faced with hostility at school, and look what it got her. This isn't the first time we've stood in front of this board and begged you to make changes. On February 6th, after a vicious attack of a student at York, my husband and I sent a letter directly to the board, Dr. Knoll and all 7 of you. We told you, please do something about the escalation of violence at York. Dr. Knoll, you emailed me back and told me you would take care of it. Ms. Chase, you reported, this is very alarming. We sent you another letter on March 13th. After more violence and threats of guns on campus and 2 bomb threats, Dr. Knoll, you called me again and told me you were on it. Mr. Hubert, you even had the gall to tell me, we will continue to be diligent in all threat management. You have got to be kidding me. We have a different definition of diligence. Where are all the investigations that should be going on to figure out what the underlying problems are? Where are the steps that you should have taken to protect my child? If you think you've done enough, you are all dead wrong. I'm sick of being spoon-fed crappy excuses for the problems. It's not an isolated problem. It's not Austin that won't let you do things. It's a leadership failure. And it's time you all stood up and have enough courage to be as strong as my daughter and do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here again. I'm back. I want to talk about safety or the lack thereof at your schools. Board, what does it take for you to admit you have a problem with violence in our schools? How many videos of in-school criminal assaults and news reports of knife fights? How many teachers have to quit because there's a total lack of student discipline that has made the work environment toxic at your schools? I worked over 30 years at a major oil company, and safety was always priority #1. What is your first priority? Based on your actions, I'd say it's not safety. In fact, I'd say safety is a very low priority for this board. And what is your plan of action to improve safety at schools? Well, how much money is in the budget for next year to improve safety at schools? We don't need more administrators. I heard you've been talking about that will give meaningless and false kind of discipline. We need administrators that can and will give meaningful discipline. Dr. Hines stood at this podium just last month and told you that both the district and county off-campus detention centers are at max capacity. If one child gets referred there, one child has to exit. And where does that person go that exits? He goes back to the regular classrooms. Great. There was a, did that raise any red flags to you? Because it really did for me. But I don't see you having a remedy for that problem. And where's the meaningful discipline and consequences for violent and chronic offenders? A student committed a planned assault at York on February 1st. You've seen the videos. And she was back at York just 2 weeks later, 15 days. I mean, she even bragged on social media, on her own social website, that, oh boy, consequences at York gave her no fear. Well, you know, I'd like to talk more about this with you folks, but you have more value on that 2-minute timer than you have for talking about serious safety issues at York.
Thank you.
Alexander Harris.
Dear board and leadership, you have been knowingly or unknowingly been teaching the faith and belief of the religion of atheism for quite some time. Our founding fathers believed in a creator God who created all men equal and placed them in this beautiful universe with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. However, at CISD, you have rejected our creator, God, introduced an alternative, a singularity which resulted in the universe and the life around us. To clarify, theism believes and teaches a God of infinite capability. Atheism believes and teaches in a singularity of infinite matter and energy. I want you all to understand the Big Bang Theory, which is taught from grade 8, is the heart of the religion of atheism, since without its singularity of infinite energy, there is no universe. And with no universe, there's no origin of life. The first self-sustaining, self-replicating cell. And with no self-sustaining, self-replicating cell, there is no evolution, which is the science of racism, if you didn't know it by now, which is critical race theory par excellence. The theistic faith and godly principles of our founding fathers built this nation. However, today the indoctrination of the atheistic faith and principles are destroying CISD with racial hatred, we just heard that, ungodly behavior, violence, drug, promiscuous sex, etc. We need to restore CISD to the godly foundations that built this great nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Briers.
Deborah Ferris.
Sorry, Deborah Ferris.
Good evening. I'm here to ask that you would remove all the sexually explicit materials from the Conroe schools and the libraries. About 35 years ago, my son, who's an adult, was a young teenager. I'm in his room one day changing the sheets, and I find a Playboy under his mattress, and I lost my mind. We're God's people. We go to church. This kid's in a Christian school, for crying out loud. My husband was home, and being the calmer person, he's like, in your state of mind, I think I should handle this. So when my son comes home, my husband has a talk with him, very calm, cool. He's like, son, this is not how we treat women. This is not how we look at women. We respect women. This is not acceptable. Come to find out, my son got that from another kid at his Christian school whose parents were United Pentecostal, and if they had found out, which we didn't tell them, they would have sent him to Jesus right then. Anyway, so here we are years later. Playboy is no longer the nasty, vulgar magazine that it once was, but no problem, because now all teenagers have to do is go to the school libraries. I would ask that you remove sexually explicit materials. You don't want 14-year-old boys getting something into their head that, hey, according to these books, guys are predators, girls are victims, and you don't want them acting that out. So we need to get that out of their way, out of their minds, out of their reach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Briers.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. My name is Dana Briers, and I am a proud CISD Runyon Roadrunner. I have spent the last 27 years, serving CISD at Runyon. During those years, I served as a teacher, instructional coach, part-time tutor, and currently a volunteer, and member of the 2023 Bond Committee. I just can't leave. As you can imagine, throughout these years, I have interacted with many teachers, staff, and administrators. I trust them. I say this because trust for CISD staff has recently been a topic of discussion during these meetings. I am here to let those who doubt know you can trust us. I'd like to point out several former Roadrunners that I trust because I had the honor of working beside them during my time in CISD. This list is not comprehensive. However, these ladies are probably present this evening. Dr. Bethany Medford, Dr. Edith Upshaw, Dr. Sharon Henry, Dr. Tamika Taylor, and Dr. Bonnie Hubert, wife of President Hubert. These women served as administrators, counselors, and teachers at Runyon, directly touching student lives. Since their time at Runyon, they have gone on to serve our district and community in greater capacities and have multiplied their impact on students across the district. In my experience in working with them, it was my experience in working with them that they always did what was best for our students. I trusted and continue to trust their knowledge, professionalism, and commitment to our campus and district. I also trusted them to hold myself and our staff accountable to the same high standards of CISD and our best practices. Campus meetings, conferences, and daily routines were and continue to be held with one thing in mind, the student's best interest. Runyon continues to thrive thanks to these past and also present administrators, teachers, and staff.
Thank you.
Sebastian Duarte.
Board of Directors, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be addressing y'all today. My name is Sebastian Stick Duarte, and in March, I came to y'all to address the need to have a Spanish-speaking administrator at Oak Ridge High School. Today, I'm here to thank you for listening to our request and for hiring a Spanish-speaking administrator. To Mr. Allman right here, I would like to thank him as well. As a student group, we look forward to working with this administrator. And I would also like to thank all of the people and students that reached out to me in agreement of this effort. As for Teacher Appreciation Month, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my teachers and all teachers at Oak Ridge High School. Your work inspires the students every day to be a better person. Finally, I would like to give a shout out to future Oak Ridge High School graduates and thank future graduate Haley King for always pushing me to do my best. I'm standing here today because of her leadership, guidance, and example, and she's right here in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Walker. Michelle Walker. Lindsay Dawson.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Lindsay Dawson, and I'm a parent in this great district. I have been attending these meetings for some time now and watched with utter shock the amount of complacency and acceptance of the status quo there has been from the 4 previously elected board trustees. I've watched the 3 newly elected trustees come in with fresh eyes to examine ways to improve this already great district. No one is disputing that this district is great. But to act like things are good enough, well, you're kidding yourselves. Just ask the College Park High School students and parents when the school was on lockdown for a knife fight last week, or what this young lady just said. And if Mr. Williams is right that he hasn't written a single policy in the last 10 years, I would think there would be room for growth, wouldn't you say? But the mama bears have been met with nothing but resistance, arrogance, condescension, and straight up contempt from the beginning. And this is really shameful. So I ask myself, where does this contempt come from? Is it that the 3 mama bears won the election by a landslide? That the majority has spoken? Is it that they don't like what the majority, like myself, has to say, what we stand up for? Or is it that the mama bears think for themselves and aren't beholden to a woke lobbyist group called TASB that is working against taxpayers? I'm referring to the Texas Association of School Boards. This is the same organization that advises districts to refer to a child by their preferred gender identity at school and their legal name with parents. Really? This is the same organization whose parent organization once wrote a letter to the FBI calling parents domestic terrorists for their involvement in school board meetings.
Thank you.
So the question is,
Thank
do
you.
you work for TASB or do you work for your constituents?
Thank you.
Teresa Kinney.
Hello, my name is Teresa Kenny, and I own Village Books in the Woodlands. I've had the great pleasure to meet many of the school librarians from Conroe ISD at my bookshop, and as the school year comes to a close, I wanted to take a minute to thank them. But as I sat down to write, I realized that I'm not a writer, and there are actually authors who have said much better than I could ever say thanks. And so if you'll humor me, I'd like to have them speak for me. From Neil Gaiman, Google can bring you back 100,000 answers. A librarian can bring you back the right one. From Patrick Ness, librarians are tour guides for all of knowledge. From Judy Bloom, librarians save lives by handing the right book at the right time to a kid in need. From Linton Weeks, in the nonstop tsunami of global information, librarians provide us with floaties and teach us to swim. And my favorite from this year's Pulitzer Prize winner, Barbara Kingsolver. I'm of a fearsome mind to throw my arms around every living librarian who crosses my path on behalf of the souls they never knew they saved. So I'm not as nearly as eloquent as these writers, but I truly, sincerely, and emphatically would like to thank the school librarians at Conroe ISD for their dedication to students, education, and knowledge. Thank you.
Amber Sullivan.
At April's board meeting, Mrs. Nelson and Mrs. Odenweller once again put their target on librarians and questioned them attending TLA, the largest librarian conference in the United States. Mrs. Odenweller suggested and said that they looked into Innovative Teachers of Texas, or IT Texas for short. I had not heard of IT Texas and decided to see what they were about. Here are some statements from their website. IT Texas believes that Judeo-Christian values are the values upon which our country is based. IT Texas does not seek to allow every standard into our society for the woke appearance of inclusion. IT Texas believes educators should be liberated from any responsibility not related to academic success, including but not limited to topics such as social emotional learning, SEL, comprehensive sexuality education, diversity, equity, inclusion, critical race theory, sexual orientation, and gender identity, etc. I am infuriated and appalled that I have to remind members of the board that not all of our 71,000 students are white, straight, and Christian. While we're at it, neither are all of our librarians and educators. Encouraging an organization that wants to liberate educators from SEL, which, by the way, are in the TEKS and required by TEA, to liberate educators from diversity and sexual orientation issues is absolutely unethical. You chose to run for a seat in CISD, a district whose motto is all means all. Why be in such a diverse district if what you really believe is all only means all if you're white, straight, and Christian? Our job as educators is to teach and respect all students that walk into our doors. To our students that are not white, straight, or Christian, I'm sorry that you have members of your board that believe we should be liberated from teaching you. I'm sorry that your county voted for these people, and in doing so showed that they also believed we should be liberated from teaching you. Hear me now and hear me well, students. You will always be welcomed in your school libraries.
Thank you.
Mark Fuska.
President Hubert, Board of Directors, Dr. Knoll, thank you for giving me a few minutes every time. Just to start off, man, I wish I could get teachers get that fired up for the rights of special needs students in this district. That'd be amazing. As many of you know, my son's autistic, and last month was Autism Wellness Month. It was disappointing to have no mention of it at last month's meeting. Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, affects 1 out of 36 students, according to the CDC. With kids on the higher functioning side being more prone to no diagnosis and misdiagnosis, therefore falling through the cracks in the system. You see, those higher functioning kids can fake it until they can't. And for my son, that was the 4th grade. Instead of living in a school district that wanted to be supportive and help him succeed, Conroe ISD did everything in your power to make him fail. In a time when we were seeing suicide rates among youth increase, why is this district not doing more to recognize disabilities in students, give these students proper services, and make sure they are learning in a safe academic environment free from bullies? Last year, my son was called retarded many times. He was cussed out by other students, told no one wants you here, and the list goes on. The assistant director of special education and the principal of Cox Intermediate told us this is not bullying, and my son brings it on himself. Way to bullying the victim. And quite honestly, we were afraid he would be one of the statistics I'm going to give you. Suicide is the leading cause of premature death among people with ASD. ASD youth are 6 times more likely to attempt suicide and twice as more likely to die by suicide. 1 in 4 ASD youth experience suicidal ideation, and almost 1 in 10 attempt suicide. At least 1 in 6 ASD youth will contemplate suicide, even as young as 6 years old. So I will ask you again, when will you do better? When will you take a stand? When will all really mean all? And when will you start holding your employees accountable? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Amber Fuska. Amber Fuska.
It's you.
It's you, yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
it's really hard to hear back there.
I'm sorry. If that's the case, is there anybody else that we called that didn't hear? We may have to go back. If they can't hear in the back, we may want to go back.
The moment too.
The 2 that we didn't
We
get.
can call the 2 at the end.
That's what I mean. We'll just make sure we get those 2.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So April was Autism Acceptance Month. Unfortunately, we missed the board meeting because we were up in Austin testifying for House Bill 2510. I was going to read what I wrote anyway, but I feel compelled to talk about something else. I've started to lose count how many meetings my husband and I have been here trying to alert you to the systemic issues in our district. I can continue to tell you the issues, but I can't tell you the why. I need you to find the root cause so we can come up with solutions to actually fix the issues. I know some of you don't want to believe me. I mean, look at all the kids that were up here tonight. However, when I hold up this coin, all you see are heads and all I see are tails, because both are true, because 2 opposing truths can coexist. And you've also heard some horrible things with the violence. Some of you may feel justified in your disbelief because surely if what I was talking about were true, more people would speak up. There's a multitude of reasons why parents don't speak up. Some of them are terrified of public speaking. Others are scared because they've seen the retaliation that happens to kids whose parents speak up. However, my best guess, at least for the SPED kids, we're exhausted. It is exhausting being a parent of a special needs child. Add in the physical and emotional draining hours. We've had 6-hour ARDs that we have to spend fighting for our child's rights. They don't have the spoons left to be here. So you get me. I'll continue to sound the alarm in 2-minute increments until you do better, Conroe ISD.
Thank you.
Carolyn Nimi.
I'm going to read to you a Facebook post that was posted by a mother whose child goes to Conroe ISD. And she said, Since when is it a teacher's job to question a child's religious beliefs, then tell him God is a murderer and that they don't believe in him? Or ask my child why he is wearing a shirt that says, "Don't California my Texas," and proceeded to ask him if he knew the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. Once my child answered the question, the teacher said his words were rubbish. Can't we just teach kids and leave religion and politics out of the school day? I cannot imagine how harmful that was to that child, and I am sure that the parents were extremely angry. Conroe ISD is a very large district with 71,000 students and 64 schools. It's far too large for 7 individuals and a superintendent to effectively oversee and manage the schools. So consequently, we are seeing a trend of violent outbursts that are only getting worse. This does not only affect the students, but the teachers as well. Westville High School, a group of students attacked a principal who had to be taken to the hospital. Klein Collins' coach was trying to break up a fight. He was tackled, knocked down, hit his head on the ground, and became unconscious. The Woodlands College Park High School had a fight that broke out, and a knife was involved. Grand Oaks High School had to let out early after they reported a child brought a gun to school. Our educational system is not only failing regarding academic studies, but without severe consequences when students misbehave, violence will continue to take place. No longer can a parent drop their child off at school with confidence their child will be safe from harm, will receive a quality education, and will be treated with respect by all teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Fox. Tim Fox. Audrey Warner.
Good evening. Matthew chapter 18, verse 1 through 7. At that time the disciples came to Jesus and asked, "Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" He called a little child and had him stand among them, and he said, "I tell you the truth, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever welcomes a little child like this in my name welcomes me. But if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone hung around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to sin. Such things will come, but woe to the man through whom they come."
Thank you.
Linda Long.
I show up all the time, I know. For one thing, I have to say, I'm just so proud of those students that were here. I love seeing when our students learn things that are good. I love that. I don't love when they teach things that are not good. Anyway, I was thinking all the things I could tell you, which I have full of stories. You know, I'm full of stories. But I thought today, because I had the last 20 hours have been kind of pretty severe for me, I've had just like no time. So I'm going to read you, because what I would say hopefully is true, and what you say is hopefully true. But there's one book that everything in there that's said is true. So I wanted to read this out of the Passion Translation, out of Ephesians 4:17. This is just, I love these words, but it challenges me and hopefully challenges you. So, with the wisdom given to me from the Lord, I say, you should not live like the unbelievers around you who walk in their empty delusions. That's quite powerful right there. Their corrupted logic has been clouded because their hearts are so far from God. Their blinded understanding and deep-seated moral darkness keeps them from the true knowledge of God. Because of spiritual apathy, they surrender their lives to lewdness, impurity, and sexual obsession. That's kind of scary when you think about it. and this word is true. Remember that John 17:17 I gave to all you guys one time? It's that thy word is truth. That is true. And so I get concerned about that. I will tell you this, within the last week or two, in fact, the last three days ago, I met a young man from another country, and he told me something that kind of shocked me. He said, he told me the story of his grandfather leaving another country and going to another country, and then, now they just moved here to Texas from Seattle, Washington a year ago. And he said, we know about the schools here, and we can't send our students there. They're homeschooling. So I just want you to be cautious of that. And so let's make our places that we teach our kids something that's worth value and not any kind of junk. Okay? And I also wrote my cards again, so here, if I can give these out, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Truly High School.
Good evening. You guys really take a lot. I appreciate what you do. I'm reminded of our founding fathers that said, we, the people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union. You guys know we're not perfect. We've got diversity, we've got inclusion, we've got everything going here. But I was thinking about Dr. Benjamin Rush, who was one of the founding fathers of education, said, let the pupil be taught he does not belong to himself, but that he is public property. But that he is public property. Let him be taught to love his family, but let him be taught that at the same time he must forsake, even forget them when the welfare of the country is involved. The idea of civic virtue is that good citizens are not just born, they have to be created, and schools are one of the principal ways that we can make that happen. I heard someone say earlier about experts. You know, that's a pretty dangerous thing to say, to appoint experts when it comes to our children. When founding fathers, including Horace Mann, says that our children are public property, I differ. What is the most precious commodity resource in our country? Our children. Who do our children belong to? Parents. Who is called when there's an emergency? Parents. Who's called when there's a criminal activity? Parents. So let's do what we did back in the 50s, have a parent-teacher alliance together. Not fighting against each other, but fighting for each other, for our children.
Thank you.
Jackie Ruggieri.
It was just a few short months ago that I stood before this very board imploring you to remove certain inappropriate books, many of which have been brought to your attention on numerous occasions. Now I find myself here once again, but this time demanding that you stand up, quit worrying about what's politically correct or woke, and for the very sake of the children that you are supposed to be responsible for, educating and protecting, do it as right. You need to remove all the books, hardbound, audio, etc., from our schools, not just a few select ones from a few of the many CISD schools. These books do not belong in the hands of minors, and I'm going to read just a few excerpts from a book that I know is in the Grand Oaks High School in the form of an audiobook. The book is titled Tricks by Ellen Hopkins. It's been rated 5 out of 5 of the most explicit books. Even the author puts a content warning that this is not appropriate for anyone under 18. Page 77, I have to admit that I thought about blanking her more than once while taking solo care of a hard-on. Page 153, booze isn't his only bad habit, though pot, pills, crack, probably other stuff. Fucking meds. Talk about jumpy. Freaking crack is famous for that. Let me watch you touch yourself. Did you know guys like to use vibrators too? Downright disgusting things, your period. I like the taste of blood. How I wish I could say no. How much to do the two of you? $300 for all you can eat. So there you are. Do I have your attention yet? I'm going to say this once again. To all the board members, you have the power, authority, and responsibility to remove these types of books from our schools. And as I've stated before, parents trust these books aren't available in our schools. Clearly, many of you should not be trusted as they still exist in our schools. It is entirely up to the parents to determine the appropriate time to educate their children concerning these matters. And once again, I'm going to quote a scripture from the book of Isaiah. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. One day you will be held accountable.
Tina Orbaugh.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Tina Orbaugh. I've taught for, again, 33 years or more. I have taught at the Woodlands High. I've taught at Knox. I have taught at, I taught Woodlands High when it was the high school. I taught at McCullough when it was the high school. And I taught at College Park. And I taught at Lone Star College. But before that, I even taught in New Caney. I taught upstate New York. And I taught in Klein. So I love teachers. I love teaching. I love the school, but there are problems. I'm here to get a book out. I don't know why these books are in the schools. It makes no sense to me. And I hope all the kids are out because this is in the books. So if they're not out, you may want to take them out.
No.
We are.
Everybody, hey, this is Miss Orbaugh's opportunity to speak to the board. She's speaking
We are
to us.
kissing, licking, biting, moaning, louder than the TV in the other room. He wants what's inside me. He has to have it right now. He pulls me onto his lap, looks down the neck. I feel him grow hard on my panties, and it goes on and on. I hate reading it. I can't. I'm not this type of person. But I know that if I don't read it, it doesn't come out. And I honestly think because you don't know what's in the book, and once you know what's in the book, you kind of have to know that it's in your school. And that's the only reason I read it, not because I enjoy reading it at all. It is in Grand Oaks High School. It is a hardcover book. It is a not for minors, and that's why I'm not going to read any farther. And but it's inappropriate. One thing.
Thank you, Miss Orbaugh. That's your time.
Teach love.
Thank you.
Get the book out.
Sorry.
Get all these books out.
Miss Orbaugh.
Thanks.
Maria Paulus.
We could ask her to email us the name.
Hello, my name is Maria Paulus, and I would like to discuss my observations. Students whom have excelled and received awards come to the school board meetings and get recognized for achieving high standards, and then all of the acknowledged students get to take their picture with the designated school board member after they have all had the honor of shaking the hand of Dr. Knoll and each of their school board members. I am so happy and thrilled when I get to see students receiving awards because they work so hard. But then I see a disconnect. When these same students are allowed to read complete, vulgar, depraved books from the school's libraries and classrooms. This instills in their not fully developed brains that it's okay to do drugs, have sex with boys and girls, whomever, especially if there is a happy ending in the book. That makes all the difference, right? Wrong. I'm also stunned that Conroe Independent School District's superintendent, school board members cannot see the correlation between the behaviors and violence in these pornographic books. And yes, they are a lot of pornographic books in our schools, classrooms, and libraries. But they don't see a correlation between these books and the violence that's raging in our schools. Wake up. Wake up. In my opinion, Dr. Knoll and the majority of the school board members has proven to be unfit for their positions.
Thank you.
Your fruit bears this out.
Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Knoll. I wanted to talk about your decision last month where you decided to keep Ramona Blue in the libraries of CISD. Ramona Blue is a book about a confused, depressed young lady with a sister who's pregnant by a guy that sleeps all day and has no job. Ramona's mother is absent. Her father works all the time, so she's left alone with no adult support system. She craves nurturing and guidance from an adult who truly is there for her and loves her. Ramona's group of friends drink whiskey, beer, do drugs, have sex with whomever they want, whenever they want, and just hang out together. There is no discussion of college plans, future plans to improve their life, no discussion among these kids of aspirations to do anything special in their lives. Ramona calls herself a white trash lesbian from a trailer park and says, "I'm so far down on the social food chain that even bottom feeders are above me." I mean, it's pathetic. She's lost. Ramona tells people to fuck off and calls them shitheads. This is terrible language to exhibit good morals to minors. She's completely focused on sex, gender, and cannot think or concentrate on anything else in her life. You folks on the school board are educated, and you want to keep this trashy book on the shelves for minors. I don't understand. Tiffany and Misty, I'm not speaking about you because you voted against the book, and I appreciate it. But Datrin, Stacy, Teresa, Skeeter, and Melissa, I'm very disappointed in y'all. Very disappointed.
Thank you.
Betty Daughtery.
Hello, I'm Betty Daugherty, and I'm here to praise CISD. I must have come to the wrong meeting on the wrong night. But I am so impressed in so many ways by the CISD staff and the teachers and the principal and Dr. Knoll. I mean, there are a lot of positive things that I could report, but I have limited time. So I want to speak to one incident. Dr. Knoll was speaking at a breakfast, and he was telling the audience about the special relationship that the CISD teachers have with their students, and he gave this example. He was attending a choir concert for one of the schools. Now, I wonder how many of those he gets to go to. He was attentive, though, and focused. The students were already standing on the stage in front of the risers and were ready to sing, and they were waiting on the choir director to give them the cue to begin. But the choir director was occupied with the child who was scared and having anxiety about performing and was considering leaving the stage. The director, even though the audience was sitting there, took time to encourage the student to stay. That interaction impressed Dr. Knoll. The child standing next to the panicking child reached out her hand and they held hands through the concert. This was a demonstration of the caring attitude found in CISD schools, said Dr. Knoll. Remember, he's at a breakfast and he's saying all this stuff. The child who panicked was my grandchild. And Dr. Knoll could have been thinking, about its daily schedule, or noticing that the bulletin boards didn't look too good, or that the dress code was all messed up. But he was paying attention to my grandchild. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Del Facenden.
Dr. Null, board members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a CISD taxpayer, but more importantly, I'm the grandparents of CISD students. And there's obviously much to be proud of, much to be thankful for, and much to be praised in CISD. But I'm at a loss for words to express the disgust I hold for the excerpts I have read from some of the books that are in CISD libraries and classrooms. You cannot claim ignorance. One of the questions I've heard posed to those who've spoken against this filth is, have you read any of the books? Well, I've never had a kidney stone, but I'm not going to challenge those who have with the pain level that they have endured. I've never been arrested, but I'm not going to challenge the embarrassment or concern that people who have been arrested are experiencing. I've never been in the service, never experienced PTSD, but I'm not going to deny that it exists. I don't have to experience those things firsthand to know that they exist. And I've never read in its entirety even one of these books. I've never even turned a cover on them, but I've heard them read. And I have heard enough to know that I would never allow any one of them into my home. One of the scare tactics that I've heard from those who support such perversion is, you want to empty the libraries. You've seen pictures with empty library shelves. The university that I graduated from had a massive building for a library with shelves completely full. Not one of these books was in there. So there's plenty of good literature out there. Dr. Null, I'm not aware of anything that is required from you, from this board, for you to take the right actions. I don't think you need their approval to do the right thing. But I'm astounded by the recalcitrance of some members of this board to do what common decency demands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaylee King.
I'm still short. President Hubert, members of the board, I am a proud Oak Ridge High School War Eagle, and exactly 3 more school days, or 1 full week, a proud Conroe ISD graduate. It's almost here. I stand before you tonight with a resounding thank you for the good of the district. Administration, hi, thank you. The teachers, wow. The counselors, thank you again. In one generation, my mother being a 5th-year high school senior, and my stepfather not finishing high school, public education has done something incredible for me. It's become a path forward. Through the grace and the love of my teachers, I'm going to Dartmouth. Sure, the system of education needs improvement. It doesn't negate the reality of progress that makes our district great on a daily basis. You don't burn an entire house down because there's a roach in it. You clean it up, you press forward. Productive criticism is important, but that's not what's happening right now. I stand before you with one final request before I move on to the bigger part of my life. Please, as a board, focus on the issues. Some of you are caught up in the minute detail that's not your job and missing things like the upcoming tax rate vote, kids' lack of equitable access to programs across the district, or the vaping discipline problem. To our new board members, do the things because they were right for the students coming behind me. My ask of the 3 of you in particular is to focus on the work that the school district actually does and not what effectively amounts to virtue signaling to your base. Vouchers, as they currently listed, are not favorable to our district. I ask you all as public school trustees to do your duty and stand up against it. Stand up for your students so that more kids could have the same opportunities that I did. Please, No kid in the future should have to fight this hard and give up this much of their childhood to stand up and fight for the common sense that's missing right now. What's right is not always what's easy. Thank you.
If you don't mind, the ones that we missed, just give them one more.
Okay, I'm going to recall the ones that didn't come up when called. Brooke Stone, Michelle Walker, Tim Fox.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you for those who participated. On to our next item, which is our consent agenda. I haven't heard from anybody to remove anything. Do we have a motion?
President, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Item 5A. So we have another exciting time as well on item 5, which is A through D. We're gonna knock out a couple of things here. The first one is going to be a name our principal for Shushma Elementary School.
All right, thank you very much. I want to start by acknowledging Coach and Mrs. Suchma are in the audience today. I see them out there, so the celebrities are in the house. I noticed that they didn't speak to me tonight. I think they're still upset that we stole Dr. Vandermark. We're about to make it up to you, Mr. and Ms. Suchma. Suchma Elementary is a great school. It's certainly busting at the seams. People want to go there and have their children be a part of that great school, and so it is grown very rapidly, and Dr. Vandermark's done a great job. We're looking for a leader that could help advance the school and make it, take the next step, and we were able to find a veteran educator and a veteran principal that has proven that she can lead as an instructional leader in the school district, has done an outstanding job in multiple feeder zones as an assistant principal and now principal, and seen great results, and has a special place in her heart for the Oak Ridge feeder in particular. And so I'm proud tonight to make the recommendation of Miss Jamie Allman to be our new principal at Suchma.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second?
Second.
A couple seconds. Very good. All right. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Allman.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I am honored to expand my service as a leader in Conroe ISD as the next principal of Suchma Elementary. Thank you for your continued trust and confidence in me to lead the students and staff at Suchma, as together we join hands, hearts, and minds in pursuit of excellence for our Oak Ridge War Eagle community. I recognize the foundation that Dr. Vandermark and the Suchma staff have established, and I look forward to serving alongside the staff as we continue to carry out the mission of Suchma Elementary. Ironically, when my husband and I moved to CISD in 1995, the reason for our move was actually due to Mr. Suchma. Mr. Suchma accepted a position at Oak Ridge High School, which allowed my husband to step into his previous position that was then McCullough High School. It is such an honor to be a part of a school with a namesake that is so highly invested in the school and the community as Mr. and Mrs. Suchma. When I reflect on who and what has prepared me as a leader to take this next step, I must pause and express my gratitude for the San Jacinto staff and the district coaches who have sharpened me, challenged me, encouraged me, and supported me as we set our sights on becoming a model school for CISD best practices. We achieved this and so much more, and I'm forever grateful to them. I'm excited to be a part of the Oak Ridge High School feeder system, where we will all strive to build future War Eagles who will soar to new heights. Along with me tonight, my daughter, Allie, who's a 2016 graduate of Oak Ridge High School and a teacher in Alvin ISD, My daughter Albany, who will shortly walk the stage as an Oak Ridge graduate in just a few days. My husband Sean, who's currently the principal at Oak Ridge High School. A friend, Cambria, who's a teacher. My other daughter, Autumn, who is also a proud 2020 graduate of Oak Ridge High School and accepted a job to become a para in Conroe ISD just today. And Patrick Lind, who is Allie's husband, who's also a teacher in Alvin ISD. And my son and his fiance, who are in Hawaii, he's a captain in the Army. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to lead Suchma Elementary, and I'm excited to be a part of that.
Mr. and Mrs. Shushma, are y'all still upset with us? Very good. All right, moving on to item B, which is named principal of Knox Junior High.
All right. Following legends can be hard to do. Yeah. The man, the myth, the legend is back there, Mr. Joe Dahl. Congratulations on your retirement, Mr. Dahl. One of the things that makes this district great is that we have people that can follow those legends and step in and take the next step. And we're proud that we found the right person to do this with Dr. Stacy Mosley. Stacy has served a lot of different roles. It's kind of neat to see the roles that she served in Conroe ISD as a counselor, lead counselor, then associate principal, and now this opportunity to be a principal. But it's also great when we can bring somebody back home. And Dr. Mosley previously served as a counselor at Knox Junior High and a counselor at College Park. So although she's been wearing the green and red most recently, she has that Cavalier heart and spirit within her, and I know that she is looking forward to joining the College Park Feeder as our new principal at Knox Junior High. So I'm proud to make the recommendation of Dr. Stacy Mosley to be our principal at Knox.
Very good. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
A motion and a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the vote, show by the uplifted hand. All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Mosley.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, I am so excited to accept this position to be the principal at Knox Junior High School. For the past 28 years in education, as Dr. Knoll mentioned earlier, I have prepared me for this next step in my career. I began as a math teacher, math department chair, counselor, lead counselor, and most recently, associate principal of curriculum. Also, an interesting fact is back in January of 2005, I joined the Knox Junior High staff as a counselor, and then later on transferred to College Park. Therefore, with this new role, I truly feel like I have come full circle, and I am back to my very first home within the community, as well as the College Park feeder zone. I would not be here today without thanking a few people. To my parents, Roy and Marion Nordstrom, who I lost many years ago, they were the very first people who instilled in me the value of education. To my sibling, Jace, you have been an inspiration to me, and I would not be standing here without you today. To my father-in-law, Dalton Mosley, who was a retired superintendent, he changed my direction in college from accounting to education, and am so grateful for his wisdom. To my Conroe ISD family, you have made these past 19 years so enjoyable. I would not be here today without leaders like Dr. Mark Merle, Dr. Ted Landry, and Dr. Chris Povich, as well as good friends and co-workers like Mamie Miller-Prejean, as well as Deborah Creel, who is here today. Finally, to my husband, Dale, and my daughter, Taylor, you bring such joy and love to my life every single day. With both of you by my side, I can accept any challenges that come my way. To the students, the families, and the staff at Knox Junior High School, I am so thrilled at the opportunity to return to where I started so many years ago in Conroe ISD. I make this promise to you that I will work hard in providing a place where students can feel safe to explore their interests and to excel academically. Education is a key that can open doors for all people. Therefore, my job will be to inspire those around me to be the very best versions of themselves. Together, Knox Knights, we can do great things. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to lead such a great school, Knox Junior High School.
Fishing club will never be the same.
I know. That's true. That's true. Congratulations. And as Ms. Wagman pointed out, the fishing crew at Knox Junior High is going to need a new president.
I don't think he's resigned that role yet. I haven't seen. He's just going to go scout out the spots during the day so that they can go.
All right. Very good. Well, we are not done yet. Legend, right? So here we go to Washington High School. We have a new naming of a new principal at Washington High School as well.
And I'd like to start once again. I see Dr. Williams over here. I want to congratulate Dr. Williams on his retirement. Dr. Williams and I go way back. We used to carpool when we were getting our principal certification together. That's been a few years ago. But we spent a lot of years in the district together. We'll miss you, Dr. Williams. Washington High School is a very special place. Every one of our schools is life-changing, but none more so than Washington High School. It takes students who need to find a place to be successful and to help them grow and to help them find their way. It is our only school of choice. So every student at Washington has chosen to be there, and that makes it extra special as well. And so they need leadership that believes in them, leadership that has a vision to help us grow, because we want more students to have that opportunity each and every year. And it's something that Dr. Williams has worked on as well. And we believe we found the right person to do that has the curricular knowledge, who understands not only in-person instruction, understands virtual instruction as well, can bring more ideas to the campus of how we can reach these students and help them be successful. So I'm proud to name, or to make the recommendation tonight that our current associate principal at Conroe High School, Miss Nina Norman, be named the new principal at Washington High School.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Congratulations.
Good evening. President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I am honored, humbled, and extremely grateful that you have entrusted me with the students, staff, and families of Washington High School. I would not be standing here today if it were not for the many mentors and educators that have poured into me throughout the years. To the first, now retired principal, who provided me with the opportunity to lead a department, mentor new teachers, sponsor student council, and everything else that he could possibly pour onto my plate. Thank you, Mr. Robert Bennett. I began my journey as an instructional leader under his leadership. I would also like to thank Dr. Povich and Dr. Medford for your support and guidance. Thank you, Dr. Smith, the proud principal of Conroe High School, for your mentorship and leadership. To the amazing staff at Conroe High School, I have enjoyed working alongside each of you, and they are all so incredibly special to me. Barbara Bush was quoted saying, "To us, family means putting your arms around each other and being there." For my family today, will you please stand?
Oh, they're sweet.
Thank you. Thank you for being my unwavering support system. You put your arms around me in so many ways. I am covered by your prayers, and I am blessed with your love. Thank you for always being there. As Dr. Williams passes the leadership baton, I say to the students, staff, families, and community surrounding Washington High School, I am passionately proud and excited to join this Bulldog family, wrap my arms around you, and be there. Thank you.
Wrapping your arms around the Bulldogs. All right. I love it. All right, Dr. Noel, we have one more tonight, which is item D, which is to name a director of school improvement.
So this is a great opportunity to add to the team of Mr. Fuller and Mr. Brown, who do great work. And our school improvement department is a special department because they truly are coaches to the principals. They're not supervisors. They are folks that get to come in and be resources to the principals, help the campuses be successful in any way possible. And so when you look for someone to fill one of these roles, you'd like to find someone that has experience in multiple feeders throughout the district, has proven leadership experience on multiple campuses, has proven they can be successful in multiple places, and then even in this instance, somebody that's been an instructional coach, so it's really served all of our campuses. And Melinda Stewart is somebody that our principals trust and believe in. I would call her an expert in instruction, and I believe our principals see her in that same light. So I know that they have confidence that she will be able to help every campus in the school district grow, and she will do it in a way that the principals will respect and enjoy working with her every day. So I'd like to recommend Ms. Melinda Stewart for our to join our team as a director of school improvement.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Melinda Stewart.
President Hubert, members of the school board, Dr. Knoll, I'm honored to stand before you today to express my gratitude and excitement for this opportunity. As an educator who's passionate about providing the best possible education for our students, I am thrilled to have been offered the chance to take on a leadership role and make even a greater impact on our students' lives. I wouldn't stand before you today as the educator and mother that I am without the encouragement and support of my family and friends. Some in attendance tonight are my parents, Tim and Sharon Walsh, retired educators who showed me the first example of dedicated leadership. My sister, Kelly Locke, and her daughter, Spencer, who is also an educator and my greatest collaborator. To my son, Cohen, who's been my guiding light. To measure each decision as a leader, he has given me my favorite title of Cohen's mom. To my husband, who could not be here in attendance, but has given me the strength and determination to be the best version of myself. Throughout my career, I've been dedicated to helping students achieve their fullest potential, and I believe that this new role will allow me to continue to do so on a larger scale. I am eager to use my experience and knowledge to mentor and support educators, to collaborate with administrators, and develop innovative programs that will enhance the educational experience of all our students. I am grateful to Dr. Shelley Winkler and Miss Lisa Garrison and all the educators who have poured into me. A special shout out to my Rice Raccoons and my Wilkinson Lions who have helped me shape to become the leader that I am, and so many in attendance. I'm grateful for the trust that you have placed in me, and I'm committed to working tirelessly to ensure our schools continue to provide the highest quality education. I believe that with the support of the school board, the dedication of our educators, and the hard work of our students, we can make our schools an even better place for learning and growth. I look forward to the opportunity to serve our community in this new role.
So proud of you.
Congrats again. Very good.
If her son's here, it must not be a baseball game tonight. Dr. Nolan, Board, I'd like, if it would be okay with y'all, to have about a 10-minute break, a 10-minute recess?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, very good.
We have not discussed in the board meeting or board workshops, and so we're going to get rolling. So capacity. Capacity is not necessarily a fluid number, but capacity can change within buildings. We may add an addition to the building. There may be some programmatical changes to a campus that occur, and I'm going to talk about those in the next few slides. And all those things can impact building capacity. I will show you some slides. We're not going to look at every building because time will not permit, but we're going to look at some select buildings that are facing expedited growth right now or in the near future and look at their capacity and where they're headed tonight. And I always think it's important to live life looking through the windshield versus looking in the rearview mirror. But in this particular case, it does help to look backwards a little bit to see where we are and how we got here. This goes back to the year 2014, 2015, and you can see the trend of enrollment growth throughout the years for the district. And you can see that we have really taken off the roller coaster in the last 3 years. Today, we are at 71,460 students. Our projections for next year are 73,394. So on that point, someone asked me in the bond planning committee a couple of weeks ago, so what has changed about capacity? What has made it different? So I told them, really, it's the rate of change of our growth, not just the growth by science and technology. Many people may not realize, but the Academy for Science and Technology used to be at Oak Ridge High School. Before we had Grand Oaks High School built, and as Oak Ridge High School was beginning to reach capacity and swell, we had to make a change, and one thing we did that was partially due to capacity was move the Academy for Science and Technology to the Woodlands College Park where we had capacity at that time. So there are programs of all different types that impact capacity at campuses across feeders and individual schools. Special education, I appreciate Dr. Wiggins being here tonight, but these are some programs that we have that impact available space on campuses. And you can read them, but just life skills, low ratio classrooms, of which a lot of them are low ratio, speech, resource, inclusive behavior, early childhood, deaf and hard of hearing, and behavioral support. Just a random number, approximately 411 classrooms we have there, special ed classrooms across the district at this time. So this is a slide. I said I was going to give you something different, and this is something very different. And I'm not going to get all mathy on you, and I'm not going to really explain this equation, but I worked for 3 weeks to try to find an equation that quantified how often human interactions occur as you increase the number of humans in a space, whether the space be in your home, an apartment, or in a school. I couldn't find that. This is the closest thing I was able to find. And this basically is a formula that says atoms. As you increase the number of atoms in a finite amount of space, there's going to be more collisions and interactions that occur. Well, we are not atoms, but we're all composed of atoms. I know that because I teach biology. But what it really comes down to, and I could have told you this just by being a boots on the ground principal for 2 decades, I didn't need all the math, is that the more people you put in a building, the more interactions occur. And you don't hear about all the great interactions and positive interactions, but there are interactions of all types. So capacity, it does impact how humans interact in real life, in school life, and everywhere in between, including behavior. So capacity, behavior, it's all connected. So what are some things that we've done in the past, or what are some things that we can do to some degree still when campuses are over capacity? Well, we've talked incessantly about portables, so I'm not going to talk too much about portables today. I will have a few slides which I will show you portables, and it will show you the number we had at very select campuses last year and the number we're going to have in August of 2023. Additions, some example, the Conroe High School 9th grade campus, we had an addition. I think we added 10 classrooms, easy if my memory serves me correct. We added additions at the Woodlands College Park, at the Woodlands High School. Rezoning, and I'm going to break a pledge I made many years ago to Mrs. Tom Berlane, my senior English teacher in the year 1985. And I made a pledge, but not a promise to her, that I would never end a sentence with a preposition. But I'm about to, because what is becoming difficult now is that we're running out of options to rezone students to. Last year, a couple of years ago, we rezoned some kids that were going to Bush because of the overcrowding at Bush to Darrington, but we're really running out of options. And so obviously we could rezone when we build a new school. The new school coming on board that we're going to start in the fall, a rezoning committee on, will be for Bartlett Elementary. Bartlett Elementary is going to be a great school. I believe it's a 950 capacity campus, but we have a lot of needs in that area up by the airport, both on the Caney Creek feeder and the Conroe High feeder, and we're going to do our best. Moving programs, I gave you the example of pre-K. Class size waivers, that is kind of a last-ditch resort, but we have really no other options. But class size waivers are a possibility. So right here, you're going to see a series of slides, and I'm not going to cover all the high schools or all the junior highs, intermediates, or elementaries. I just want to pull a few. If you look at this, I highlighted in red some areas that I want to show you. So you're going to see the capacity percentage increase, not from the beginning of the school year, which would be far greater, but from May 1st, just mere days ago, to the projected capacity, including transfers, all in for August of 2023 when we start the next school year. So I just pulled these three out quickly for high school. Caney Creek, as you may know, is headed to around 5,500 or so students right here. So we are less than halfway to that goal, or if you want to call it a goal. But you see, it is beginning, the 9% jump in 1 year. Conroe High, just the 10, 11, 12 portion for Conroe High School. This is only 10th, 11th, and 12th. You're seeing a jump of 15% in 1 year of capacity. On Grand Oaks High School, you're seeing a jump from 109%, if I can see this correctly, 109% to 121%, and we're now at 10 portables. A concern at Grand Oaks High School is at some point we are going to run out of grass to put portables, and we'll have to take parking lot or come up with another alternative plan. But if you look at it, these are big jumps in 1 year, and I don't think it's the last time we're going to see the jumps. Going to junior high, what I would tell you about Pete and Stockton that I don't think people realize, and it's not showing quite yet in this slide, is that Pete and Stockton are both looking to go to, in 10 years, to over 2,000 students. In fact, possibly the median projection of around 2,300 students. So there's going to have to be some way to address junior high students in the Conroe feeder. York, you can see, York is holding fairly steady for now, but we saw the numbers when we did all the Hines Elementary zoning. As we know, those kids get older, so York is looking to end up in 10 years around 2,500 students. We did open Moorhead Junior High, which is going to give us some relief for Moorhead. That will allow that school to go from 1,050 capacity to 1,600, so we're excited about that. Intermediate schools, Bosman, I don't think people realize this, Bosman is projected to be over 2,000 students. So there's going to have to be an intermediate way to address intermediate students in the Conroe feeder. Darriton, remember Darriton, we changed it a couple of years ago where kids in Foster's Ridge, a portion of Foster's Ridge go to Darriton. This only reflects the intermediate students there, but Darriton is growing, Vogel is growing, and Suchma is one of our top two concerns, at least one of my top two concerns. We'll talk more about Suchma when we get to the elementary portion. Are the Suchma still here? Maybe they left. Okay, so elementary schools. Austin Elementary. Bartlett Elementary is going to provide some help for Austin Elementary. It's going to provide some help for Creighton, but only for a moment. But if you see Austin, you can see Austin's headed way up, 1,700 or 1,800 students. You see the growth in 1 year. If we look down, just Buckaloo, my concern with Buckaloo Elementary is River's Edge is coming online, and homes in River's Edge up Old Conroe Road. So if you haven't been up Old Conroe Road, it's worthy of a drive up Old Conroe Road, River's Edge. Those kids will go to Buckaloo. Bush Elementary, we've talked about that repeatedly in these gatherings. Bush Elementary, I'm going to be completely transparent and honest. So right now we're taking down a covered play area to put a double portable. In the year 2024, 2025, I have no answer for you for where a portable will go. There is nowhere for a portable to go at Bush Elementary in the year 2024, 2025. We will find a way. We'll talk about some ways we might find a way later, but Bush is a major concern. Creighton is at 150%, and it's scheduled to grow tremendously. So Creighton, I think, is going to be around 1,300 students. Creighton will be a benefactor of having Bartlett Elementary come on board. Hauser, I talked about the reserve at Sleepy Hollow, so Hauser is going to see quite a bit of growth. Oak Ridge Elementary, what I would tell you about Oak Ridge Elementary, it continues to grow. In fact, Tammy Eldridge, esteemed principal, is here tonight. I appreciate her coming out for this slide. Tammy, thank you. But if you look at Oak Ridge Elementary, we are putting a portable in the parking lot where you used to park to go to the wellness clinic, because that is the last space we have. It's either that, or I think, Tammy, wasn't it the Gaga ball pit? And I could not have slept at night if we took the Gaga ball pit. So that's a big deal in the elementary school zone. Patterson Elementary is going to be big. Patterson Elementary is going to be big. My concern with Powell is that we have limited space without taking down trees to put any more portables at Powell. Runyon, if you look at Runyon, this is worthy of note. I don't think sometimes people realize what's going on at Runyon. There's growth in the Runyon area. Maybe we can get a little help for Runyon with Bartlett Elementary. The hitch with Runyon Elementary is that it's so small, 575 students. So I was telling a group of esteemed friends this morning, I go, all means all. But all really means all when you only have a room for 575 students in the building. So Runyon, we're we're renovating portables, we're getting them ready. So Runyon, they're excited, it's going to be great. Suchma, big concern, approaching 150%, Suchma Elementary. And then I'm not supposed to play favorites as far as aesthetics, but Wilkinson Elementary is just beautiful. And it was so beautiful there. And they're taking down trees. I don't know if any of you have been to Wilkinson Elementary, but houses are coming, and they're coming quickly. And Wilkinson is going to look at around 17 or 1800, so Wilkinson is going to have to be addressed at some point. So those are concerns I have for the elementary schools. As far as, I can't do justice to a presentation on capacity if I don't talk about transportation. And once again, I'm going to get all mathy, which is really weird because that's not my forte. But right now, we have 56,000 students that are registered for bus transportation. 40,000 ride day in and day out. We have 376 routes. That includes all the regular routes, special trans routes, MPV routes, all of our routes. As we continue to grow, our bus ridership will grow. We have a very high percentage of ridership at 55.4%. That is very high for a school district. Our parents and our kids, they count on us in transportation. So once again, not to get all mathy, but if you make the numerator the number of kids that ride the bus every day, and the denominator the number of routes we have, which is 376, the routes is really determined by the number of drivers we can put behind the wheel and the number of buses we have that will work. That, if what's happening, that we have to be careful to make sure as a board and as me and as all of us, is that that numerator doesn't outrace the denominator. Because if the numerator outraces the denominator, the quotient at the end puts more and more people as far as capacity on buses. And when you have more and more kids on capacity on a bus, there's more opportunity for things to go wrong behaviorally, but also routes become longer. In fact, in one of the districts, it's one of the fastest growing districts in the United States. So having bus drivers, attracting bus drivers, retaining them, having buses that are good and functional and air conditioned, it's really important. It's all connected. So that's just something to keep in mind. I don't think I have any more math in this program today. So I want to talk about actions that we did on the campus. And many of these I did as a principal for 2 decades, making a campus that was always well over capacity work. So I'm going to tell you, on campus, lunch is a big deal. You learn a lot about lunch. You learn a lot about life at lunch. I enjoyed lunch because I got to relate to the kids, meet the kids. I got to get a pulse of what was going on in the school. So lunch was fun. It was also 2 hours. But over time, what we've been doing to address it, and this is kind of a positive, partially unintended consequence, is we've been adding fencing for portables and safety and security, is it's allowed a lot of campuses to be able to open up and go eat lunch outside and add lunch tables, which is cool and fun, and it relieves some pressure off the cafeterias proper on the inside of the building. We could add lunch periods. We add lunch periods. We have one school now that's looking at going to 5 lunch periods because they need to make the numbers work in the cafeteria. That's good. It lowers the numbers in the cafeteria. In full disclosure, it takes the administrators longer away from being able to do other duties that they need to accomplish as an administrator. One thing about non-traditional parts of the building, the case study for that bullet is Conroe High School. We eat lunch all over Conroe High School. We built picnic tables. We eat lunch in the libraries, in the hallways, in the classrooms, the LGIs. We eat lunch. I think we're starting to eat lunch, Dr. Povich, in the gym, or looking to start eating lunch in the gymnasiums at Conroe, or one of the gyms in Conroe High. So we try to get creative to just make it work. And that's partly been our fault to be able to hold it together. But we try hard to make it work. Elementary, you may have to look at limiting visitors at lunch. One thing we do, when the buses would arrive, you could only hold so many students in the cafeteria or whatever the common area is, whatever school it is. So we can release students earlier to go to the classrooms. And that's good, that helps a little. But what it takes away for, the law of unintended consequences, is that it takes away from tutoring, because once all the kids arrive in the class, it's hard to do a lot of individual tutoring. as kids are coming in to start the day. We may have to hold multiple pep rallies or change to some way we make things function. One of the best things we've done that people don't know about, because we don't talk about it enough, is the Foundations program. And the Foundations program has been led by Kim Earthman's team. And what it is a coordinated plan by schools where they work together with students and faculty to come up with, how is this building going to work? How's it going to work at class change? How's it going to work at lunch? What are the expectations from things like, which side of the hallway do I walk on? Do I wear one earbud? Do I wear two earbuds? Can I have a hoodie on? Can I not have a hoodie on? All the different things that really matter that sound like they wouldn't matter unless you were really there, boots on the ground every day. So the Foundations program has made a difference. One thing we do is some schools stagger bell schedules. I believe most of the junior highs stagger bell schedules. That allows the hallways to function. The downside to that is it's not a big deal if I'm going from 7th grade language arts to maybe 8th grade math or 7th grade math. But what it means is the elective classes will not all start simultaneously. So getting the elective classes starting and using that time as efficiently as we want is hampered if we just have to go to a staggered bell schedule to make it work. And I will give you an example. When I was a principal, and 3 of you probably have seen this in action because I know you were often in the building when I was there. Downstairs, we had two stairwells in the cafeteria. And in that cafeteria, we did a lot of engineering, tremendous social engineering to make the campus work because we were so far over capacity. For example, these stairwells, when we released at 8:38 to go to class, they were up. And everyone had to know that. And they were up. But at the end of first block, second block, and third block, they were only down. You couldn't go up because it wouldn't work. But at the split bells, everybody upstairs had to walk clockwise. So I had to teach everybody what clockwise was, including the staff. Now, there is a positive, unintended consequence that people could learn to read a clock, and because of how they had to walk through the hallways. But that's the only way it would work. You had to have people going, just like we have people going uniform directions on the roadway, we had to go a uniform direction upstairs to make it work. But you could come down those stairwells at the beginning of B lunch, C lunch, and D lunch, but only for 60 seconds, because people were going to be coming up, or vice versa. So there was a lot of social engineering that went on to make it work, but one thing we usually do is find a way to make it work. But I want to say this, there's a point in your home, in your apartment, in your school building, where you run out of math and clockwise and ways to make things work, and we're there. And so just from other concerns about capacity and growth we talked about in this venue a couple of times, is just we talk about portable buildings. But these are campuses listed here that we and I am concerned about reaching a point where we no longer have a place to physically put a portable building on that site. Bush Elementary, we're there. Conroe High School 9th grade, we're going to be putting portables next year in a teacher parking lot. But remember, we talked about this in a workshop. We've got to run over 500 grand worth of electricity just to get it to that parking lot to make it work. Grand Oaks High School, I'm really excited, and I love what we've done on the west side of campus where the portables are now and the fencing. It's going to be awesome for lunch, but we're running out of room. Oak Ridge Elementary, Tammy's got a portable in the parking lot. Suchma, we're on both sides of the school. Conroe High, I don't know where it would go. Creighton, a lot of room, but we have, I believe, 16 portables at Creighton, and we're running out of room. Giesinger Elementary, we can add one more single. Irons Junior High, we could put a double-sided tennis courts. Powell Elementary, we'd have to take down trees. So those are concerns all related to capacity, and those are things that matter. And so I tried to give you a lot of information in an expedited amount of time. So I'm here for questions, and if I can answer it, maybe one of my esteemed colleagues can help. But Dr. Knoll, do you have anything that maybe I left out or could have said better? Any wisdom?
Well, I think, part of understanding the capacity is it not only impacts just physically the number of atoms running into each other, especially in a junior high. They like to run into each other a lot. But when you go over capacity, it impacts the entire community because traffic is impacted. We overflow into neighborhoods, and that creates a lot of trouble. But you do see an increase in discipline issues when you go over capacity. When you bless you, Paula Green. When you have to release kids from the library or from the cafeteria early and send them to class, it's teachers losing time. So that affects job satisfaction too, because now they're losing time. So there's this, and then there's the next pieces, right, of what overcapacity does. So I think you did a great job of capturing that, but there's a lot to it.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, this is
Do you happen to have the breakdown in percentages on bus ridership within a mile and within 2 miles?
I don't. I know we have 40,000 kids that ride, 56,000. We've talked about many times if we could go to 2 miles, and I haven't run the math on it, but we have so many roads in our area that would qualify as hazardous roads. There's like 5 criteria that you have to meet to certify an area as hazardous. My gut feeling is that it would not make that big a difference, that we wouldn't gain that much. However, we will have our crackerjack routing team research that and get an answer for you.
Perfect, thank you.
That's a good question. And we've mused about it ourselves. I wish I had an answer for you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
I have a question when you finish.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Ms.
Chase.
Ms. Chase.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it. The column you had for the 2023 August enrollment, is this from our survey we had done, or how did you come up with that number?
These numbers are based on students we have in projections and transfers. So these are all-in numbers. We talk about geocoded versus kids that are actually at a campus, but these are the all-in numbers of what we really expect after transfers and all the dust settles, the number of kids that will actually be there.
And this is similar to the calculation we did for our budget for enrollment too? The same logic there?
Yes, the budget's just on the district level.
Yeah,
yes.
obviously.
Yeah, but we've,
Okay.
it's based on the same
But,
total
in
numbers.
full disclosure, they are projections.
Yeah, of course.
Historically, we're usually really close or under.
Conservative.
We try to
yes.
be, that's our nature.
Yeah.
Because
I understand, but, we're at 150% capacity in a school. It doesn't help us to be conservative in what we think it's going to be enrolled at.
If I just like this slide right here, looking at Grand Oaks, if I just glanced at that slide, I would think, well, hey, that McCord guy's up there, that number's probably from August. But that number's from May 1st.
Yeah.
So you're looking at what all the data shows will be about a 12% increase, for example, at Grand Oaks between now and August, which isn't very far off. So those are the all-in numbers.
And for the high schools, there's no relief here unless we get no material relief.
Well, the bond committee, with their draft package that we will bring forward to you all at the June workshop, includes relief for all 3 of these schools. There's no relief prior to that, but in their draft bond package, they have a 9th grade campus for Caney Creek, a 9th grade campus for Grand Oaks, and a new high school in the Conroe feeder, which would help both Caney Creek and Conroe.
So without that bond package that way and passing, there is no material relief for these campuses.
No, ma'am. And I believe, even though I believe the Conroe High Senior Campus, easy, help me out, 4,400, 4,300, golly, 4,300. So there is a capacity. Conroe High, a wonderful campus. It's going to be fantastic. The staff there's been so great and patient with us as we work through it. But there's a finite amount of space at the Conroe High Senior Campus.
Yes.
Putting portables there would be very worrisome. We would figure out a way, but it's very worrisome of where they would go.
Yeah.
To be honest, not as worrisome as Bush.
And then, you can't. I'm a Woodlands elementary school parent, so I'm right in the thick of all of those schools you mentioned, Bush and Powell, and you can't talk to a parent there without their fears and concerns about the capacities of those campuses and the real impacts of taking down covered playgrounds to put up portables, and the fact that even if you manage to put a portable in there with students, like, have you sat in that car rider line? Like, it is It is not pleasant, right? And there is just so many restrooms and there's so much cafeteria space, and some of these schools don't even have like a gymnasium and a cafeteria, right? So it's just, I know you had it in our presentation, but I think as a collective audience here and community, we need to acknowledge that this is a real issue that we need to just put all our brains and focus on addressing, because it has real impacts on the students and the families and also the community members in the area. For this, there is no relief from Bartlett, right? This is
For Bartlett will primarily help Anderson,
Yeah.
Austin, Creighton, maybe Wilkinson, maybe Runyon a little, maybe Reeves. It depends on what the committee works on and ultimately what you decide. But Bartlett can't solve all the problems.
exactly.
That's
And
that's
so
the conundrum.
the solution for here is again in the bond package,
Yes.
draft proposal as it is now, the 8 schools up there.
Yes.
And then it takes it takes like 2 years for an elementary school?
About easy.
The first schools, if the bond were to pass in November, Mr. Foster, when would the first elementary schools open? August of 25.
Yeah.
And one of those, well, yeah, August of 25. And to piggyback and echo what you said, the car line issue, it is so outward facing, but the car line issue, it is pretty much an equal issue all over our district. It doesn't
Sure.
matter where you go. One of the longest car lines we have, and they work religiously to try to make it move faster, is Anderson Elementary, where they're out there, and I'm not embellishing at all, like nearly a mile away with the iPad, putting it into our proprietary program to make it move faster. In the rain, I mean, I stopped and saluted them if they stayed out there. But, I mean, it's everywhere. The car lines are so outward facing.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Mr. Williams, I think you have a
I'm
question.
good. I'm good.
You good? Okay.
Appreciate you. I get it.
Okay.
So,
Anything else? All
Would
right.
it be possible, the first slide you showed the graph with our enrollment, is it possible to add like the number, another line showing the number of campuses we have that went with that?
Over
I would
time?
just be interested to know, I have a theory. At one point it started, the trend started diverging, but
Yeah, we can
would it
add
be
that.
possible
Yeah.
to do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
so yes, that'd be good. So
Okay.
that's what I have.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lots of information, really great, enjoyed the math.
In a reasonable amount of time.
And that
Somewhat.
formula. that
Somewhat. You like the
Bonus
formula?
points for
There's gonna be a test
learning
on
a
that.
formula.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
I
sat there
debated
and
on
tried to
that.
solve it for a minute.
I'm
If
like,
you get it,
I
let me
think I'm
know. I'm gonna
crazy.
need tutoring.
All right, don't go far.
All right.
Item B, consider requiring students wear identification badges. All right, Mr.
All right,
McCourt.
so I'm here tonight, and I'm here at the behest of the District Level Safety and Security Committee, of which I'm an esteemed member, and we have been meeting, and upon those meetings, one thing that we have discussed over the last 2 gatherings of that group is we have thought unanimously it is worth coming to the board to bring forth consideration to discuss student identification badge wearing for kids. So we've met, we considered it as worthy of your time, so I am here today. I am the designee. Just a little background on it. Currently, none of our campuses require students to wear a badge. We give all students a badge, all 71,000 plus of them, we give them a badge. None of the campuses currently require it. In the past, ID badges were required to be worn by students at Conroe High School and also at Caney Creek High School. In fact, we have the principals of both those campuses here with us in our presence that were at Conroe High and Caney Creek while that happens. So as far as staff, all CISD staff required to wear a badge at all times. It's a big deal, and so that is just a real positive that's come out in the last few years. So we set out and we said, we're going to do some research. What do districts outside of Montgomery County do as far as requiring students to wear badges? Because frankly, I was not certain what we would find out. So we started calling. And we started calling, and we kept calling, and we kept calling, and we kept calling. And we called some of the finest school districts in the state of Texas. And we kept calling because I wanted to find a district that did not require students to wear ID badges outside of Montgomery County. And this is what I found, and you can see basically it's a little bit all over the place, but every single school district we called required their students to wear ID badges. Some were high school, some were secondary, some were 6th grade and up and 7th grade and up. It kind of depends upon whether they were a junior high model or middle school model, but it was universal among all the districts that we called that would answer or give us what we needed. We did call within Montgomery County. With Montgomery County, what we found are a little bit different. We found Magnolia, no requirement, Montgomery all, New Caney secondary, Splendora all, and Willis, no requirement. So that's what we found within districts within Montgomery County. So just looking at the benefits of wearing ID badges, and just, first off, individuals can quickly be identified. And I think we were in a meeting or a workshop or someone said something one time about substitutes or auxiliary personnel being able to identify students. But with badges on by the students, everyone, subs, teachers, staff, cafeteria workers, custodians, bus drivers that are in the building can identify students that are supposed to be there or not quickly. But there's another component of that that doesn't get enough attention, and that is, I'm telling you, the safety of our schools, it has a lot to do with the kids. And I'm telling you, they work hard, they give us information, they care, if they have concerns, they reach out. Maybe it could be in person or anonymous alerts or kid chat, but it matters for kids too. But I will tell you this, boots on the ground, cafeteria for 2 decades, that the lunch line is a big deal. And the faster the lunch line is able to be processed, everybody wins. Because the faster kids are able to have a seat and eat lunch and relax, and if they're at a table, not have someone hovering over them in line, everybody wins. ID badges would allow that to go so much faster than it does right now. Other considerations is that staff would need to monitor it. We do have replacement costs. They're $2 a badge. Most districts are $5 per badge. We're a great deal. That includes the badge itself, a plastic cover, and a breakaway lanyard. As far as potential options we've looked at, it really echoes what we found out around the state. There could be no requirement to wear, maybe just high schools, 7th grade and up, 5th and 6th and up, or all students. What we're really looking for tonight as a committee and as an administration is your feedback on what you think. So we are here, and that's what we have. And Dr. Knoll, any thoughts on using collaboration?
This is not really an item that would require board action, but we wanted your input and your feedback, because obviously it's a big change. And so we'd just like to hear your thoughts as we move forward in consideration.
Are the badges kind of like our badges, or do they have barcodes on them?
They would have. It would be very much like my badge. Everybody would get this badge. Now there's an addendum to that. Basically, at the elementary level, they're going to put them on their backpack on the left strap. But we also give the elementary kids right now, and we plan to continue. We give them a plastic badge that's just a pure plastic badge, and they can use that to take that to the cafeteria for point of sale purchase for whatever food they're getting in the cafeteria. So we would continue to do that. So they would get a badge that would go on their backpack at the pre-K through 4 level, plus a plastic badge to take to the cafeteria. But we provide everybody a badge. We'll do batch printing when a kid is no longer a Mitchell Mustang and they become a McCullough Highlander. Okay, they will all get new badges. We will batch print those for the campuses. They don't have to do it. We will provide, have them there. And then the campuses have all the materials and printers they need to print badges individually. If a kid was to lose a badge, when kids move in, which happens all the time, so they can do it, but the major batch printing, we would do that ourselves. So I think the answer is yes. I can't remember what the original question was, but I think it's yes.
Ms. Nelson.
Is this in addition to the smart tags, or is it all tied in?
It would be all tied in. It would be, we already have those badges. The difference would be the elementary kids pre-K through 4 would get that supplementary plastic badge so they could take it with them and have one on their backpack versus constantly taking it off their backpack, which would be exhausting and problematic.
So we already have the equipment in place?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we do. Yeah. Yes.
I think Mr. Williams had a question. Okay, my quick question was a follow-up to Ms. Wagaman's, and that was on the elementary ones. I'm really glad to hear that they're not going to have to wear one, because as an elementary teacher, I can just see them flying around and playing with them the whole time. who will hold that supplementary card that the student would need to take to the cafeteria with them?
You know, Mrs. Winkler, do the elementary school teachers do that?
They already.
The elementary.
Can you come to the mic just because folks at home won't be able to hear you?
The elementary teacher that takes them to lunch usually brings them, or they have card holders in the cafeteria at some of our campuses. Kids grab their card, go through the line, scan them, and then the card goes right back. They do the same thing for the library if they're checking out library books. So the kid doesn't hold the card.
Perfect, because I can tell you a teacher gets like basically 20 minutes if they're lucky for lunch by the time they drop off. And if they have to run kids back for cards.
Usually it's the staff that's on duty that will help them with their cards. And so it wouldn't, you know, it hopefully doesn't take too much time away from the teacher. And then they flip for recess. Whoever does recess duty is not.
So the supplemental card would be also used for the library, or would that be on their backpack, the one that was on their backpack?
It could be the one on their backpack, but it's usually the one that the teacher carries around.
And that's all, we already do this practice.
We already do
this. Is not, none of this would be new.
If
This
you
is
go
what we
to
already
any cafeteria in an elementary school, you'll see it happen. I was at Rice
Perfect.
Elementary today and works perfect.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you say this was already presented to the safety committee?
We discussed it on 2 occasions.
And what is y'all's thoughts or feedback there for those on the safety committee?
Well, so I was surprised that we were really the only district in the area outside the other 2 that wasn't doing it. And we had some really good conversation from those at Conroe High School who had done it at one point in the past and talked about the implementation of that. This was certainly something that I would certainly support. I'm not sure at what level. I'm not to your point, the younger kids, I'm not sure, but certainly at the high school level, a lot of our high schoolers look like adults. They look like teachers. And I know one of the other comments that was made that you brought up again is for substitute teachers, being able to know the student from a teacher was very helpful for them. And I think just all overall security, you know, knowing who's supposed to be in the building as well. So this is certainly something that's in its infancy for us as to at what level would we implement, if we even do implement it. But I think it's certainly, and I'll let Ms. Nelson speak as well because she was there. But this was something that we thought was worthwhile exploring with the rest of the board.
Yeah, I'd echo your thoughts. Like I said, it was nice to have identification, particularly for substitutes, because knowing someone's name and face was helpful for them. I have a lot of teenagers, and I do have a concern about like passing them around and people stealing, and lunch money is lunch money, but eventually it will add up, and how everybody sort of has the same hairdo and that little square, and so I those things I'm sure will get worked out, but yeah.
Is there a reason, or for the campuses that did this prior, Conroe, why did they stop?
Well, that's an interesting question. Dr. Stickler?
So I think one of the biggest reasons is when you're the only school doing it. We talked about safety. Kids understood that, especially during COVID. If everyone's wearing a mask and you're as big as an adult and no one has any ID on, it worked very well during COVID. We actually started it before COVID. Then that's over, and well, if it's such a big issue, why isn't the school down the road doing it? So we tried to implement things where IDs were required for as much things as possible. Like, I'm going to wear mine because I can't get into my office without it, right? So I'll wear it every day. If you're a student, you don't need it for anything. Well, if you forget it, you just type in your number at lunch. Why do I need my ID? So we started saying, you need it for the library. You need it to get into the dance. You need it. And I think our plan was, before this topic came up, with the smart tag, we were going to re-implement it next year, because now everyone that rides the bus, and at Caney Creek, that's about 80 to 90% of the kids, you have to have your ID to get on the bus every day. So you're going to have it with you. So you might as well be wearing it for the safety aspect. But I think if the entire district, depending on whatever level you would choose or advise or whatever, did it as a whole, Now that question goes away. Now when you say it's safety, yeah, but what, no, they're doing it too. Well, what, yeah, they're doing it too, so.
Okay. All right.
It is just I'll answer too, just on that, because I was the principal of Conroe High School and we wore them there. It's a management challenge, but everything's a management. Like there's somewhere, there's a line of that you draw where kids need to follow rules, right? There's a line with dress code, there's a line with tardies, there's a line with everything. I actually had a conversation today, and Dr. Stickler was one of our associate principals there, but I had a conversation with Dr. Smith, our current principal at Conroe High. She was an associate there then, and we were discussing that, you know, we felt like we did a lot of things, so it's hard not to truthfully say this, but we had some behavior challenges that we had to address, and we felt like the IDs helped with that. It just created a standard of behavior before you ever walked into the building, that we were all going to comply with something before we walked in, and we felt like it helped. But it is a management issue. It actually went away when I left there as a principal, because that's what happens. Everything everybody doesn't like, they immediately go to the new principal and try to get it gone, and they were successful in doing that. So. But I don't, Dr. Povich, would you mind maybe just sharing the high school principal feedback, just so that?
And I have a question before Mr.
please.
McCord walks
Yeah.
away. That's a good point, and before I forget, do we have a poll from the teachers about how this affects their day-to-day?
We have met formally with principals, and the principals, surprisingly, were overwhelmingly favorable and positive to do it. I've met informally with administrators, including assistant principals, to get their feedback, because we talked about this for a while over the last semester. They've been positive. I haven't talked to an excessive number of teachers about it. I've talked to some, but it's mainly been administrators, APs, principals, things of that nature.
Right.
The teachers on the safety committee were all
I
for it.
I would want a broader range of feedback. I mean, if we're looking at every aspect, I think the teachers' feedback would be most important.
Yeah, the high school principals are all on board for it. I think they kind of expect it. When you look at the data, you start wondering, well, why aren't we doing it? Their informal, I would say, reflection, collection from their own teacher input is that they're in favor of it as well. You know, with our high schools being so big, sometimes there's teenagers on your building that aren't your students. And this is one clear way to, you know, identify it. I can tell you in the past, if you did your dress code and somebody's wearing a hat around in the hallway, a lot of times you go, that's not one of our kids. You can just tell, they know, they didn't hear with an ID system, it'd be really easy to tell who's supposed to be in your building and who's not.
But isn't it true, because we all visited campuses, each guest that checks in, which is the proper way to visit a campus, receives a badge?
Correct.
Or a sticky.
Correct. But kids.
Yeah, kids sneak in. They don't
Kids
come
that
to the
aren't
front
part
door.
of your high school.
Yes.
Yeah. Just think of the morning arrival time.
Right.
When they're all coming in the doors.
So, a couple questions. My first initial concern was the elementary age kids. My wife's been teaching it for over 20 years, and I've heard the lanyard discussion, so I'm glad you guys have an alternative to that, because I don't think that was going to work at that level. So that alternative works perfectly. That kind of alleviates my concerns there. I'm full support of this across the board. Now that you've addressed that, I would ask us to give thoughts to a couple things. Management, one. Discipline, two. Because if you got a management issue, you got a discipline issue. So we already got a lot of congestion, if you will, in the discipline pipeline. So I want to make sure we've given some thought to that. Two, the $2 fee. Okay, it's a nominal fee. I get it. But some kids, I mean, they're just not going to work. Right, so we need to make sure we give some thought, same way with school lunches and things of that nature. We just need to make sure we give some thoughts to potential waivers or potential freebies, one or two, you lose one or two or something to that extent, to where kids they're economically disadvantaged aren't penalized too heavily for that, right? That's all I have.
And I would say for the high schools, that goes right in norm with everything else. We're not going to let money
Okay.
keep kids back, period.
So to Ms. Dungan's point, is there a way that, I mean, as far as a to-do, is there a way to poll teachers across the district on something like this? I mean, that's kind of what you were...
Well, he said that you did offer that each individual administrator or principal has gotten teacher feedback. And
This has been a conversation all year long, this school year, with our principals, and we've had numerous meetings on it. We've brought it up and let them know. Certainly the safety and security members as well are going back to their campuses and sharing information.
Is this something that teachers are going to be expected to help manage? Is a better way to word my question. Is this going
I would
to be,
see it as being part of the dress code.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah.
as we all know, that's
Yeah,
an
I mean,
issue. So
you take a Grand Oaks High School that's going to have 7 or 8 assistant principals next year with 3,800 students. You need more than 7 or 8 individuals
Absolutely.
looking for it. So yeah, it would be the entire staff, not just your teachers, but everybody.
understood. I
Yeah.
just know that when it comes
Yeah,
to
and I'm
putting-
not trying to be sarcastic or anything. I just,
Right.
honestly, for it to work right, everybody needs to be on board for that and to help out. So
Right.
yes.
Yeah, that's good to know. But
Yeah.
in most cases where we're discussing something, a
Yeah.
major change like this at a campus-wide level, we always talk about not putting another thing on a teacher's plate. So this could be looked at, just another thing
It could be,
for
yes.
them.
So do we have an action item from the board to?
Yeah, it's not necessarily action item. We just want to hear your feedback and
Right,
make
so
sure
where
that
do we-
we
but where are we
we
going
hear
with
that.
this is my-
Well, we will go back and we'll see principals tomorrow, so we'll ask that question about, how have they discussed it with teachers to make sure that they have done that. What I've heard in here today is a support, at least on a high school level, to look at it, and perhaps that's the first step is the high schools, and we make sure that we can do that properly and then consider the junior high level. I did not hear support from the Safety and Security Committee, nor have I heard large support in here today of going 6th grade or below. And when you look at the peer districts, that, they didn't do much of that either. I think most of the interest we've heard here has been junior high and high school.
Let's talk about 6th grade and below. The solution you all offered, I mean, I don't see any.
Yeah, they would have that. I'm talking about having them wear them.
I thought y'all said that wasn't going to be the case.
Correct, yes. So it's really not, yeah,
So
that's what I
don't see why
mean. Yeah, they would just have them on their backpack, indeed.
So in reality, the elementary
They're not changing
is not
anything.
changing
Correct.
anything.
Snapping some on the
Exactly.
backpack, so.
Indeed.
But I am seriously concerned about the management of it when we can't even manage all the stuff coming to our admins right now on our campuses.
No question. And
I
that's,
mean, and we don't, I mean, what can we really do to enforce
So,
discipline-wise?
the way we handled it was, back in the day, and that's part of the discussion where we would need to have our principals deal with it, is it's a dress code issue initially. The first thing you do is just help them comply, right? You don't have your ID, you forgot it at home, get you a temporary ID, and you go on about your day. There, multiple violations really becomes, it's no longer an ID violation, it's being obstinate. That's when it would become a discipline issue. Is like, I'm willfully not complying.
Like with the dress code we have
Yes,
right now.
indeed.
They're
Like,
willfully not complying.
Yeah. The challenge with dress code and what's different for teachers with dress code is very subjective, right? And
Having a badge is not.
the ID, the nice thing about ID is it's pretty clear. You either have it or you don't. So it does take a lot less pressure to deal with an ID than it is to deal with dress code, because there's a variety of things with dress code that it's scary as an adult to engage in a conversation that could go the wrong way. ID badges are pretty clean. You have it, you don't have it. So that does help. But your questions are valid. They're the same questions we've talked about. We had a conversation in here this morning about the discipline procedures and how would that look, and those are all things that we would need to manage, because it's not just the discipline procedures, but you have to have management procedures in the building for the temporary IDs. Like when they don't have them, what is the process? Where will they go? Our high schools are huge.
Yes.
You can't have one office in the building that can produce temporary IDs, or guess what? because we've seen it. I can turn going to get a temporary ID into a 20-minute stroll around this big giant building.
Plus
and
wait in line for
I just
one.
missed algebra 2. Like, and they're all those pieces that we would need to manage, but we need to talk to high schools and let them begin to.
And that's a
solve
good point, just to make is, with the capacity issues that we're dealing with, we don't even have room for a badge office. So.
Yeah, so they can be done in a variety of ways. We had mobile carts, and this was 10 years ago, so our technology is way better today, but we had mobile carts that we could deploy into hallways to prevent kids from going a lot of different places. An AP could just push a mobile cart and print right there.
Am I missing something? My kids have badges now.
But they're not asked to wear them every
I
day.
understand, but I'm saying we're not coming up with new infrastructure. They have badges now.
No, he made a point about having.
But if they
an
don't,
office dedicated
if they
to
don't have it on a
managing
given
badges.
day,
Where do they go?
how would we function? You have to manage that.
I
And
want to address the teacher situation as well, because the comment was made more, we're putting stuff on their plate. The expectation is for us to look at a cost-benefit analysis. If the benefits outweigh the cost, right, it's helping the teacher, so we're taking some off their plate. Ideally, we just have to be able to get them to understand that if there's resistance in that aspect. Otherwise, why are we doing it, right? We're not adding burden to teachers or additional work or workload or management and discipline, all these other things, just to be doing it, right? We're assuming everyone here is rational and understand the workload because you guys were all former teachers in some form or fashion. And so you guys understand the burdens that the teachers are having to bear now. So the expectation is for us to alleviate that with some benefit of making having the kids wear the badges. That's just my comment.
yeah, there's work that goes in, but certainly it's the safety and potentially the discipline benefit that comes with it.
That's why I think their feedback is so
You gotta manage it.
important.
Yeah, so we'll check with the principals tomorrow and see how they've discussed it.
And just to clarify, the smart tag is what I think you're referring to, and you're referring to an ID badge which incorporates the smart tag.
Well,
So the one that his kids already have and my kids already have is just the smart tag. You're incorporating a whole other element, which has the scan for purchasing and library checkout. Is that correct?
The smart tag will do all that.
Right.
So the smart tag would be the badge.
Right.
Would be the badge.
But
like
it's incorporating the two, correct? It's not.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So let me back up to that comment. My kid has a badge. I'm sure that one badge works in the cafeteria and on the school bus, am I right?
In the library.
And the library, okay, just clarifying. So we're not adding redundancy here, we're just got one badge that's gonna do all the magical stuff. Cool.
So on the smart badge, could that also, we had talked about this last year, classroom management, where they scan in when they enter the classroom. We had talked about the expense of having a scanner as they enter their rooms, but is that something that we've considered? That would be helpful to teachers. It automatically takes roll. And then we know where each child is as they've scanned in through the building.
We've talked about it. We don't currently have the hardware to do that. Now that hardware is used, like the best example of that is at the elementary schools when they're scanning kids out at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it couldn't be done. It would be a big investment, but that's an
I
idea.
will say, unless something's changed in the last few years, that's not been permitted with the TEA rules for taking attendance because they don't like the idea of a passive attendance. They don't want a student scanning in his friend, for example, and it getting counted for ADA. So, and they may update that at some point, but in the past they've not allowed that for taking attendance.
Good point.
Interesting. Thank you. So, quick question. So, for junior high, we have a lot of kids that leave campus early for extracurricular sports. I think it would be important to incorporate it into junior high as well as high school because those kids come and go depending on the time of day.
There's a lot of going and coming.
Yes.
Yeah, we can certainly examine that as well. And there are things that we did to figure out with Smart Tag. But one of the things that we did additionally on our badges is we did some special things with students that had late arrival or early release. Like we would put a red box around their picture or do whatever, so that if you did see like the parking lot monitor, if they saw somebody in the parking lot, a student couldn't just say, "Oh, I have early release." Your ID badge would tell us if you have early release. So there are some different things that we could do as well.
Wonderful.
And back to the junior high thing, if any of you have seen some of those kids on junior high campuses, they're bigger and taller than
they're grown
than a lot of us. So it's hard to tell who should be there and not.
Yeah, well, we can absolutely visit. We'll have them all tomorrow, junior high and high school. We can.
I think it's just important for your analysis to remember this isn't exactly hypothetical. Like, you've done it on
Yes.
campuses, and really visit like what went well about it, what could be improved, what kind of benefit you got, to really figure out if this is the right way to proceed.
And we started this conversation literally almost a year ago. Like, we've been talking about this with our folks for almost a year now. So, all right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate.
All right. Very good. Almost done.
And one more.
Still here.
All right. Item C, receive information regarding district-wide intruder detection audits.
So since we last gathered here in this forum, we've had 12 intruder detection audits during the month of May. Of those 12, 10 have had no finding whatsoever. So that gives us 50 with no findings out of 56 on the year, far above the state average from the first semester. To our knowledge, based on what they've told us, we are done with intruder detection audits for the year of which we are currently in, but we're going to operate as if we are still, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And I tell you, there's been a lot of good come from it. And we're going to continue to do the same expectations during summer school. And I've heard nothing to tell me that this will cease or not be a thing next fall when we start in the fall of 23. So we'll continue to do this. As part of the 2 findings out of the 12, we will have a very brief required safety and security meeting next Monday at 3:30 right here in the boardroom. We promised to make that short. We need to have that so those 2 campuses could have training before they leave for the summer. So 50 out of 56, kids did a great job. I can't get into specifics. Teachers did a great job. Far exceeded my wildest expectations. We want to have 100%, but people did really good and they really cared.
Good. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to item 7A, receive information regarding the instructional materials selection process for phonics curriculum. I believe this is Dr. Upshaw.
Okay, Dr. Upshaw will share with us kick off our process here.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I'm here to present to you some information on our instructional material selection process for phonics curriculum. So I'm just be a little bit patient here while Mrs. Blakelock queues up our information. So what I wanted to share with you today is that we're now in the process of looking at compliant phonics programs for our district. So we are required through the Texas Education Code for grades kindergarten through grade 3 to have a systematic phonics curriculum that's direct instruction delivered daily. In addition to that, in the Texas Administration Code 74, we now have, there's further outlines that are required for phonics when that curriculum is being looked at, and then also the materials on that commissioner's list have met those requirements for phonics curriculum. So with that said, here is the commissioner's list to just make you aware of this. When HB 3 came out, House Bill 3, you've received updates from us, and then you also receive board information how our children do in early literacy. A couple of years ago, we did come to you with the purchase of a phonemic awareness component that's different than a phonics component. Phonemics awareness component was Hegarty. This is now the phonics component. Well, we've been waiting for 4 years for a compliant resource to be delivered by the state, and it was released on March 30th, 2023. And here is the first of many subsequent lists that will be released by the commissioner. Now remember, I mentioned before that in Texas Administrative Code 74, there's a list of required compliant pieces for this curriculum. You can see here that there are some things that met the commissioner's list that are not compliant in certain grade levels. Some are compliant all the way through kinder, first, second, and third, and some are not. So that is just something for us to consider when we come back to you. Having consistency across a resource is something that we do value as a district. So what is the selection process? It is a requirement by our own board policy, EFA, Instructional Resources Material, that the district forms a committee. We're calling this district committee the Phonics Focus Group. And we evaluate the quality of the materials. We come to you to let you know about our process, which is our information item tonight. And then we come back to you to give you our recommendation, and you are who makes the final approval of what we move forward with in purchasing. So we have representatives across the district, they're across the feeder systems, they're campus instructional coaches, principals, you know, some of our dyslexia teachers. We have teachers from all the feeder systems that are represented to help us make this selection. So let's explain a little bit the process. I just wanted to explain to you, normally this process is something that we come to you in October and then come to you in February, March with an item. We are expediting this process because based on our literacy survey that Dr. Null has shared with you, teachers were like, can you do something tomorrow? Right? That was one of the things that really spoke to us. And when we came to you in February, we also mentioned to you that we had been using in our district 3 products for phonics, and we felt it was time to narrow it and choose one at our board workshop in February. So that is why we're moving forward quickly. So it begins with a meeting of this district selected focus group that we met with last week. There's some responsibilities that these folks help us do, and we talk to them about what that is and if they're willing to take on that commitment. We come to you tonight to let you know what we're doing. Then we have what's called the district showcase. This is really big. We have all the publishers on the commissioners list have been invited. And there are like 20-minute segments where they get to hear from the publisher about here's what's great about our product, right? In addition to that, though, there are these one-pagers, because you can't hear everything that's in that curriculum in a 20-minute, right? I mean, this is a very important piece of what we do in literacy instruction. So there's these one-pagers that Dr. Null also shared with you that gives a deeper dive when they want to study it a little bit more. So all our educators are invited to attend that. After that, we begin a survey. So there are 2 surveys we do in this process, a constituent instructor survey, the teachers that do it in the field and what they value in the resource will tell you their number 1 is prep time, right? They want something quick and easy. That's a lot of our feedback that we received in our survey. In addition to that, though, our community and constituents also have an opportunity to have this ability to view. So it's going to be available for approximately 2 weeks at the JET Center. In one of our classrooms, we're going to set all those phonics manipulatives, or not manipulatives, well, some of them might have manipulatives, but resources up, and there'll be some iPads where the community, parents, whoever's interested can come give their feedback as well. And if teachers didn't make the showcase, it's open for them as well to be able to come give us some information. So currently right now we have principals, we have district coaches, we have campus coaches, we have teachers, we have dyslexia reading teachers, anybody that, because our literacy community is vast, any of those people we window of being able to provide the resource between the operation of the building. So it would be between 8 to 4:30. Now, if some of the feedback is for us, maybe we need to extend some evenings to have that. We have staff, we have training.
There's an event there every night. Yeah,
or something there every night.
Right.
So,
but the only input that parents would have in this entire process would be going to the JET Center to physically see see the exhibits and then provide comment or feedback in the, you said a tablet? Mm-hmm.
Yes, mm-hmm. That is if they want to see and touch the materials. However, there's something that while you're discussing or you're mentioning this to me, if the publisher provided, like you received the one-pagers, I don't see why we couldn't put those somewhere for the community to have access where they could go online and see exactly what you've seen and then provide the link for them to also see, so in other words, I can see what you've seen and then provide feedback on the survey.
I think that would be a good happy medium.
We can do that, absolutely.
Having known that not all our publishers gave us a link to go see it, but some did, and so, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles in these cases, right?
And on the communications line, if there's like a social media post or something that comes out about the opportunity to come and see the materials between certain hours, will something go on social media that we can share and get?
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So along that lines, you said that we've already started notifying parents of this. You said, I'm just trying to follow several things. Have we started to notify parents of this community review, public review of the information?
There is a public release, and I'm going to defer that to Ms. Blakelock. We normally
did a press release last week, I believe, and then we just continue with more layers.
And how is that? I mean, is it just a press release to all the parents or just K through 3 or what is it?
The press release goes to the media.
Oh.
The other information would go out through like principal newsletters.
And that's in all of our principal newsletters and has been tasked to them?
It will be, yes,
We
so it'll go
can,
forward.
after today's
And we can
feedback.
send district stuff. What we've learned over time is nobody reads anything the district sends. They only care about what their principal sends. So we will send them the district information to put in their newsletter, because then it will actually get read.
In fairness to you, Dr. Knoll, it's not that they don't care what you have to say.
Hey,
It's
I
that
get
they've
it.
got
I
so
respect
much
it.
and multiple
No.
kids usually.
We get it, absolutely.
So-
We know where they get.
Is one that just has a tweak, that is, it met it in English, it's on the list in English, but it didn't meet it in Spanish. So the second way is you look at the tweak when the rubric came back, we create it, and then we submit it, and the commissioner says yes. And number 3 is you create your own. So what we're bringing to you today is that out of all our phonics programs that didn't meet the list, and of everything that we've established and had a conversation about, we really feel that based on the teacher feedback from our survey, we need to go off something off the commissioner's list, because what they were currently using had a lot of feedback of I needed prep time, it's not systematic, we're concerned. So to us, it's let's just meet, we don't have time to huddle up and create, we don't have the team to create this in 2 months. So it's better to go through the process and meet one that's already compliant off the commissioner's list.
And when do we reevaluate the literacy program? Is it 2 more years before there's money and funding for new literacy? Am I
I'm
correct?
going to say it's 2005 or 2006, but I don't want to misquote that. Can I make sure to get that back?
Yes,
to you? 'Cause
absolutely.
It keeps moving in a
I'm trying to think down the road of how long is this piece and how much is this piece or component going to cost us? Number 1. And is it, if I'm remembering correctly, which I'm counting on you to.
Going to update the list. There are probably going to be more compliant things in the future. So we could wait and see what future lists say, but our teachers are telling us that they don't want us to wait. So we're going to go through this process. But to be very transparent, if we go through this process and we're not in love with any of these things, then we should wait. Right? If we don't hear a resounding chorus singing for one product, we should probably wait, because 6 months from now there might be 5 more that get on the list, and we might like that better. And if we've spent the money, it's gone. But I think this is the opportunity for us to move as quickly as we could, but also staying within some bumpers, right? Yeah.
Do we have an idea of what it's going to approximate? Because every one of these programs is basically a little bit different, but when we're evaluating them, we should also take that into consideration.
Sure. Any idea on cost?
As far as the amount of purchase, it depends how far we go up. Like, for example, some here, remember we said it's a systematic process required for K through 3. But we have teachers all the way to 6th grade on the committee, because you have struggling readers and those teachers need resources as well. So it depends. If we just buy K through 3, it depends. We want to add 4, if we want to add 5, and that could be part of our cost analysis moving forward. I do want to clarify something, just so that we are clear. We did adopt HMH into Reading Texas at our last ELA adoption. That currently lives in our school district right now. Remember, we told you we have a lot of resources to teach phonics. That is in our school district today, currently right now. However, we don't, we need every teacher to have a license. We need that's a cost analysis. That, in other words, did we adopt something off the list? Yep, it's there. It made the list. But we would need, if we want to keep that, then that would be something that we would need to come back and say, we need to extend the student resource piece or the student online access or buy some more teacher manuals. That wouldn't be a big cost, like refurbishing everything new. So I'm going to share with you, please don't, I'm sorry if it's not close, but my estimation for a K through 3 would be anywhere $3.5–4 million.
And the cost analysis of the HMH to get us compliant with 2nd grade and update, is that the number, or is that just general number?
Something brand new.
Okay.
And I do not know the number. Because currently right now what we bought was some teacher licenses to share and a classroom set, right? But with our growth and allocations and not how that's happened, So again, it just depends. But this was, again, one of the reasons why it's a sense of urgency for us, because it was the #1 ask of our teachers. And remember, we shared with you that we were going to ask our teachers, we needed to listen to what they shared with us to help move forward.
And does HMH not meet their request? I mean, it's on the list.
It made the list. Yes, it does.
But I mean, as the teachers, I'm big about what helps our teachers.
Well,
So
there's
HMH, does it help our teachers if we meet the non-compliant of 2nd grade and give the teachers, all of them, what they need for K through 3?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. We'd have to ask our committee, because it could be that maybe they don't have what they need currently. It could be that it's not friendly in prep time. That's why we have a committee. That's why we do a survey, and then they collectively put that information together and say, well, what's keeping you from implementing if you already have this option?
I would request that, especially when we're talking about that kind of money and we're already struggling, trying to find every dollar we can for everything, that we ask them about the HMH, especially since it's already here, and I'm almost certain that we only have a couple more years before analysis on an ELA program that may incorporate all of it, making it much easier for our teachers. And I'd hate to see us throwing good money to get something for just a year and a half, because really by the time we implement that, that's what we could be looking at.
That's good feedback. Thank you very much. Any additional questions for me?
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you also for answering my questions that I was at, and the one-sheeters and all of that. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. Bring up Mr. Foster. It's item 8A is consider acceptance of the Walter P. Jett Teacher Training Center construction project.
Mr. President, if it's all the same to the board, I'd like for us to accept item A through D in one fell swoop, unless we want to go through them individually.
Can we do?
We're accepting the construction projects as completed on those.
So perhaps, Mr. Foster, if you could just, if you could, on the first item, if you could give your full explanation, and then on the next items, perhaps maybe just share the dollar amount, and maybe we could meet in the middle here on that.
Sorry, Mr. Foster.
Yeah, same process. So same process over and over. So
no problem. I'll be happy to do so. Thank you, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. It's my pleasure to bring forward the acceptance. As you know, our board policy, your board policy, requires any project over $1 million to be accepted by the board as complete before we can make final payment to the contractor for that work. We're going to start with our Walter P. Jett Teacher Training Center. That project is complete. We've worked through the process and done the financial review of all the costs associated with that project. And our review yielded an allowance and savings return to the district of $8,138.57, calculating a final contract amount of $15,544,175.43, and yielding a proposed final payment to the contractor of $67,648.67. This time we'd like to present this project for your acceptance as complete and approve final payment.
Okay. So would you?
Yeah, we can accept that one.
Can we accept that one?
Next explanation, it'll just go a little shorter.
Okay, all right, very good. Do we have a motion to accept the proposal?
Motion to accept.
You have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right.
Perhaps you could just share with us our savings and our final payment here, Mr. Foster.
So the next one is acceptance of our Runyon Elementary PE Addition project, which yielded a return savings of $8,798.53, yielding a final payment to the contractor of $120,870.86. At this time, we request your approval to accept as complete and authorize final payment.
Do we have a motion?
A motion we accept.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right, item C, consider acceptance of the Wilkerson Intermediate PE Addition construction project.
Indeed. This time, our financial review of this project yielded a returned allowance and savings amount of $306,666.37, and a final payment to the contractor in the amount of $113,395.27. Again, we ask for your acceptance as complete and approve the final payment, authorize the final payment.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. All right, and D, consider acceptance of the 2021 campus renovation construction project.
Again, the final acceptance projects tonight. This one yielded a returned savings of $59.13.
Hey.
Final payment made to the contractor is proposed to be $386,457.04. We ask for your approval to accept as complete and authorize final payment.
As Ms. Oldenwelder said, we're looking for every penny,
That's
every
right.
dollar. All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right, and now receive capital improvement updates.
Indeed, and I'll endeavor to be brief through here as well. Our projects we have underway throughout the district. Our safety and security project for 23 and 2024 is underway and moving along nicely. Contractors working at nights and weekends, and we're anxiously awaiting the students to take their breaks so we can get into these campuses and make some more progress over the summer. The project is on schedule, but we will be on this project through December of 2024. Now, our new campuses, so Moorhead Junior High School, this opens in August of 2023. It is currently on schedule. We're looking to take possessions of it this summer, move into it, and move from the current Veterans Memorial into the new Moorhead building over the summer, and it is moving along nicely. At Hines Elementary School, likewise, it is nearing its completion, so it's scheduled to open for students in August of 2023 as well, with no apparent obstacles in the way of that either. At Bartlett Elementary School, scheduled to open in August of 2024. That project is underway nicely. You can see from our picture here, we're mobilized building foundations currently, and about this time next year, it should look like the Hines pictures as well. It is on schedule, just as we would like it to be at this time. Now, our renovations, Conroe High School, the major renovation at Conroe High School is also on schedule. We're looking to take over the CTE portions of that building for use. They're moving things into it now. We'll be using it for school in August when the students return from the break. Likewise, the gymnasiums and athletic venues will be ready for students when they return from the break. There's some summer programs that are going to be using those facilities over the course of the summer. Overall, the project is on schedule. We're looking to start removing some of the existing older buildings from service this summer. So please, if you've been rain dancing, which somebody has clearly over the last week, please stop because we need to make some progress on those. Once we peel that or pull the pin, so to speak, those are points of no return for that project. But it is currently on schedule, but we'll be there through December of 2025. Okay. Oak Ridge High School, overhaul of the Oak Ridge campus continues through this summer. South County CTE is nearing its completion. It'll be ready for students when they return from the summer break as well. That whole project is currently scheduled to open August of 2023. Item of note in our picture, the road construction around the campus has begun currently, so the rain is not helping that either, but the pathways are being cleared currently. We're going to work on the concrete pavement soon and get that with the goal of having it open when school returns in August.
Exciting.
At Caney Creek High School, this is our 6th upgrade project there. It is also, as you can see from the pictures, finishing nicely on the inside of that building. There will be some summer programs that use those facilities, but it'll be open for students in full in August when they return from the summer break in August. Other renovations, Collins Intermediate, we've opened the gym, but we're waiting for the students to take their break so we can do some of the air conditioning upgrades in that building and replace some of those systems that need replacing. The equipment is either on a truck headed our way or we have it already, so that project is set to begin in earnest and be ready for when the students return in August. Likewise, at Giesinger, we're in the same situation there. The equipment's either in hand or on its way. Some long lead items are going to take that project into the fall semester, but air conditioning for the students will be ready. Classrooms will be ready for the campus to reopen for students in August. Veterans Memorial, the queuing line is beginning its construction, and the rebranding of that campus is just waiting for the students to take their break so we can get in there and change some of the logos, letterings, and make it Veterans Memorial. So when it reopens in August, it will be Veterans Memorial Intermediate School. Our auxiliary facilities, our new maintenance and child nutrition building is moving along nicely. You can see that nice dark warehouse picture. It is scheduled for our use near the end of June, so we'll be moving into it over the summer. In our East County transportation, you see that nice clean area for parking for our bus fleet in East County, and they're working on the building there. We'll be on that project through and open it for use during the winter break in December of 2023. Likewise, in North County, the building pad is under construction, building foundations. The demolition for the oldest part, which used to be the kind of the break room lounge area for the drivers, has been done so that we can expand the mechanic shops and make use of those existing structures for the mechanic fleet. That project is also on schedule and will be there through December of 2023 as well. And that's our current update.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Frosser. Appreciate it. It's good to see these completions. All right, moving on to item 9, which is consider award of RFP 230213, which is Medicaid collection services. Mr. Rick Reeves.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. Tonight we're requesting the board considers awarding RFP 23-02-13 for Medicaid collection services to Onward Learning. The request for proposals pertaining to Medicaid collection services for the district were emailed to registered vendors through the Conroe ICE bidding system, advertised on the purchasing website and 2 times in the Courier. Our vendors were asked to offer a fee collection percentage of actual Medicaid reimbursements, which are pay claims received by the district. This is part of the School Health and Related Services Program, or the SHARS program, which allows Texas local education agencies to request reimbursement for Medicaid health-related services. The admission, review, and dismissal of the ART committee determines SHARS services, and the services must be medically necessary and reasonable to ensure that children with disabilities are able to participate in this educational program. For the RFP, we had 5 vendors that submitted a response. After initial review of the responses, the top 2 finalists were invited by the committee for presentations and questions. These proposals were evaluated by the Special Education Department and the CISD Finance Department and reviewed by the Purchasing Department. Onward Learning was determined to be the best value for the district. With this award, the fee collection percentage will actually decrease from 3.75% to 3.5% from the previous contract. The projected SHARS reimbursements for 2023-24 is approximately $11.3 million. The pricing shall be firm for 1 year through July 30th of 2024, automatically renewing annually for 2 additional 1-year terms unless either party objects. Funds are provided in the Medicaid fund, and at this time we request your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions for Mr. Reeves? All right, seeing none. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Next item, I will turn over to Ms. Wagaman.
All right, item 10, Business and Finance. A, considering the approval of a resolution to extend the existing bank depository contract with Woodforest National Bank.
Once again, tonight we're requesting that the board considers approval of the resolution to extend the existing bank depository contract with Woodforest National Bank for a 2-year period commencing not later than September 1st, 2023 and ending August 31st, 2025. As required by the Texas Education Code, the depository contract must be renewed every 2 years. At the May 18th, 2021 regular board meeting, a request for proposal pertaining to the purchase of bank depository services for the district was awarded to Woodforest National Bank. The initial proposal was for a 2-year term with the option to extend for 3 additional 2-year terms for a possible total of 8, which is allowed by Texas Education Code section 45.205B. This extension will be the first 2-year extension to the original contract, and it will extend it through August 31st of 2025. At that time, the district will have the option to extend for an additional 2-year period or make a request for proposals from other vendors for those services. At this time, we request your approval for this extension.
Okay, great. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have a question. How many bids for this particular account did we receive?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember what it was at the time. Actually, I'm sorry, we had 4.
Okay. And then do we, I think I might have asked this question in the past, but do we have a specific financial advisor that represents CISD for these investment accounts?
This is depository.
Well, for the bank accounts. Do we have a, I guess I'm moving on to the next portion of it. Sorry, that was my next question. Sorry,
So
you
what's
answered
the
the first question. The next one's on the next portion.
Okay.
What's the question?
She's withdrawing.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Next item.
You answered my first
Oh,
question.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Do we have any more discussion? No. All right. Hearing no more discussion, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Any nays? Any abstentions?
I abstain. It's Woodforest, although they're not my employer, they are a sister company to who I work for.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. I'll
you.
turn it back over to President Hubert.
All right, thank you. And we will move on to item B, which is receive our financial report from Ms. Garza.
Good evening, President Huber, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is my pleasure this evening to present the financial statements as of April 30th. This is our balance sheet. Presented here is the general fund, debt service, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. This is our income statement. The income statement shows the district's revenues and expenditures. In the general fund, year-to-date, $537.8 million. Total expenditures of $353.5 million. Our 2019 bond referendum, total funds expended and encumbered 598.4, leaving 52.8 million remaining. Our self-funded insurance update, we are holding steady with just a slight surplus for the month of April of $80,000. Year-to-date, revenues exceed expenditures around $2.7 million. So we're in really good shape going into the summer months. Our investments as of April 30th, par value is at $706.6 million. Our pools are yielding 5.03. Our combined portfolio is at 4.76, and the 90-day T-bill is at 4.89.
This was my question, Ms. Garza. Do we have a financial advisor that handles this account?
We have $50 million with TCG Investment Advisors, who we have a dedicated advisor that maintains our ladder, but the rest of the portfolio is maintained by us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garza. All right, I'm moving on to item 11A, which is adopt revised board policy BBB board members elections. Ms. Gladys?
We saw this last month as information, and this is the same one we're asking for approval tonight for adoption.
Yes. So do we have a motion?
So move. Second. Third.
We have a motion and a second.
Man wants a brownie.
Is there any questions, did you have a question?
Did we make those little adjustments to the position numbers in the policy?
Yes.
Perfect.
I think it's in the board book, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Anything else? All right, seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Abstention?
No, I was voted for. I was just slow taking my hand down.
No problem.
It's getting late.
Yep, not late enough, though. All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 11B, consider approval of a resolution opposing vouchers and educational savings accounts. So as you know, this was something that I brought up as a board item last month, and the idea is, well, actually, everybody got a draft of the resolution, and this is my first attempt at a resolution for the Conroe Independent School District to be against vouchers and education savings accounts for several reasons, but I wanted to open that up first to see what kind of thoughts you have on this, and I can certainly give mine as well if you want me to start, but I'm happy to open it up to conversation.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we remove this resolution from discussion and consideration tonight.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Can you let us know why?
The motion?
Oh,
Sorry.
Yes, that's okay. I just asked that we remove it from discussion and consideration tonight.
Hold on. We have a motion and a second. I'll open it up for conversation. Ms.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to know who proposed the verbiage for it, who drafted it.
Skeeter just said he did.
I did.
Okay. Are you aware that it almost completely aligns with what TASB has asked as a resolution of the school boards across the state of Texas?
I know that this resolution was not taken from TASB at all. Now, if they have a copycat version of it, there's nothing I can do about that. But this was not anything that was prescribed by TASB.
So when I went to their website,
But your motion is to remove it, so why do you want it removed?
that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
That's what, I promise that's what I'm
Okay,
getting to.
go ahead.
When the draft that we received and the TASB one are compared, they are almost, there's some similes changes and some discussion changes here and there, but almost completely aligned with it. And so that is a concern of mine. But given that that just is a coincidence here, I do have a question as to, did you go and seek the validity of some of the statements in this?
Well, I did. I had an opportunity to sit down with Ms. Carrie Galatis, our legal counsel on these issues, and my goal, and if you wanted to say this, my goal was to have a starting place, just our starting place for us to work up a resolution. It was marked as a draft. This was just something for us to start at, and then we could build it from there. That was the intention of tonight.
Okay, and your purpose for bringing this resolution forward in something that, am I correct, Ms. Galatis, do we have jurisdictional purview over this?
Well,
I'm just asking
Go
first.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the board can make its position on anything. They can pass a resolution on any issue. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, that's fair enough in itself. But there have been several issues that are up for legislation right now that even you personally haven't asked for a resolution on to state as a board, i.e. the dyslexia bill, i.e. the pornography and obscenity bill, both in the Senate bill and in the House bill that have companions on both of those. But yet you're taking a stand on this one, and even on the one about obscenity and pornography in books, you did go to Austin and speak about it, but you spoke from a neutral standpoint. You didn't take a position.
Am I not allowed to take a position?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying why this one, why now, and not the other two?
I'm going to go back to the motion is you want it removed. Why
Yes.
do you, what bearing does that,
So,
look, I'm happy to answer any question, and I can answer that all night long, but why are you asked, your motion was to have it removed, and now you're asking me what's the validity of it. So what is your, if you don't mind, if you don't have a reason for that,
I do.
then I would like to go to Ms. Chase and allow her to ask her questions as to the motion that is being presented at this time.
So items in this resolution are inaccurate. Items in the proposed resolution that I'm being asked to consider, and all of us are being asked to consider and put our signatures on, and as a statement for the board, are inaccurate, and I personally can't sign off on anything in that regards, because character and ethics of this board and as of myself are important.
Sure.
And the fact that it aligns so much with a taxpayer-funded lobbyist firm seeking us to give them more power to go and legislate when they don't legislate on our behalf, that's another reason why I'm not supporting it. And then lastly, I didn't hear but a high school student tonight speak in regards to basically this bill and or this resolution indirectly, and therefore that makes me believe that there wasn't enough. As of last night at 9 o'clock, the board packet wasn't up, and public doesn't even know about this resolution. And we didn't seek, did we do a polling of any kind of our taxpayers or the Conroe ISD parents and their opinion of this? So those are three major reasons.
So a couple of thoughts. First off, are you calling me a liar? Because I said I didn't follow TASB. So the fact that it looks like it means nothing to me. So do you not believe me when I tell you I didn't get this from TASB?
I have a copy of it right here. If you,
Please,
if
one
you would
second.
Like. Okay.
I defer to Ms.
But I don't. I'm asking you.
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just
Okay,
calling,
thank you
I'm
very
just
much.
pointing out facts of what is online through TASB, through their board briefs, through their polling data, through their discussion of items that they are asking us for this. And
I never went to a TASB website. I never talked to TASB. I've never done anything with TASB about this at all. Okay? I didn't do that. Second part, I said this was a draft. What part of this is a draft do you not understand? Because if it doesn't align, fantastic. Let's fix it to where it does. As I said, my reason was to bring this forward so we could discuss as a resolution, and this is just having a board take a position against a voucher program that is being presented to the state of Texas through the legislator that would affect public schools, of which we sit on a public school board. So that was my intention. That's why I put it as a draft. That's why I had everybody get a copy of it ahead of time so they could look at it. You and I and all of us on here represent the community. We represent the taxpayers. So did I take a poll? I did not take a poll of the taxpayers. I represent the taxpayers.
did you seek out information regarding the taxpayers of CISD? And
is that what you'd like for me to do?
Well, I mean, that was one of my reasons.
All right.
One of my reasons was because it was not clearly stated to the public of Conroe ISD that you were going to file a resolution. And if we are going to sign something as a board, our public, the parents, the taxpayers should be clearly informed on it. That's number one. Number two,
that's your
regardless.
Opinion. That's just your opinion. That's not a fact. It's just you would request that this gets put out there on a website that everybody can see it and know that this is what we're doing. That's your opinion. It's just a resolution. I'm not sure that you understand. It's just a resolution stating that a public school who is funded from the state of Texas is against a law that would make it to where public schools are going to be defunded for other schools.
And your reason, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
So,
I'm sorry.
And so, once again, I'm still not seeing the validity of your points for the motion that is out right now.
Okay, so my second reason, again, is the fact that there is inaccurate information on this.
Would you point those out?
Can you point
Yes.
it out?
For once, sorry.
Once again,
oh, let her finish.
I would love to let her finish if the point is valid to, you have said, I'd like for us to strike this.
Yes, because I cannot sign something and put the character of this board and myself in question.
Which
You're
specific?
stating that where it says, whereas Texas must adequately fund the public schools, okay, accountability standards. Your big complaint, and I've heard stated from others on this board and from Dr. Null, is that other organizations, private schools, of any kind, homeschooling, etc., they do not have accountability standards. And that's not true. It's stated here. That states in here that they don't have, basically you're implying that they don't have any accreditation levels that they have to achieve or report standards or meet the same requirements that we have to. That's inaccurate in this statement, in this resolution.
Okay, so my reason for bringing this up is this is not a hard and fast. If we will make some changes to it or even strike the whole thing, I'm fine with that.
Mr. President,
100%.
Can I comment, if you will?
Sure.
Anyone else? So look, we can dance around this all day long. You're either with it or you're not. You're either for public education, you're either for what we stand for in CISD relative to the betterment of our school district, not taking resources out of our school district to give to private schools and charter schools, etc., or you're not. And we can go through and nitpick this all day, but when it's all said and done, this is what the rubber meets the road. I've heard board members talk about they're big on what helps teachers, and we sit here as a school board and a public school board, but yet we dance around making a decision relative to we support public schools. So this is kind of where it is. This is where the rubber meets the road. We can continue to pretend that we're supportive of CISD, we're supportive of public education, but when it's all said and done, this vote here relative to a resolution against something that's going to hurt the district is just where it is. I mean, you either stand for this or you stand against it. There's no need. Hold up. Either stand with it or you stand against it. Now we can go in and say, okay, you misspelled something, so I'm not getting it, I'm not with it, or nitpick it all day long to come up with justification as to why you specifically don't want to sign or be in agreement with the resolution. But when it's all said and done, there's no hiding behind those nits and those little nuances associated with the resolution. The gist of the resolution is to say we are against something that hurts what we are elected to do and that serve a public school system, public school district, CISD. We're against something that's going to hurt our educators. It's going to take resources out of the classroom of our public educators. I dare to say we're all the products of public school education, if I'm maybe misspeaking here. So when we go to say, well, this, that, and this and another as to why we don't support this resolution, right, that hurts something, the very thing that got us to where we are, I just found that as a challenge, and I find that as a telltale mark of who's actually in this for school districts, public school districts, and who's not. So we can go around this thing back and forth all day long and find something that Mr. Hubert may or may not have put in, but when it's all said and done, we're going to see who ultimately supports our public school system. That's all I have.
I appreciate that, but I do want input. You know, that was the idea. But I'm trying to do my absolute best to stay on focus, which is the motion that we have is to withdraw this item from our agenda to vote on tonight. The discussion should be around that particular item.
And to my point to that
Yes,
is, I see no reason this should be withdrawn.
Okay.
From discussion this tonight or from the agenda.
Okay.
So
Anyone else?
I
Ms.
think
Nelson?
it needs to be withdrawn. First of all, I don't think we have purview over it when it comes to the decision. Who can have power of choice or no choice? Is it the school board or is it the legislators?
That's not what it's asking. It's just asking, do you support vouchers or not?
I understand, but by signing it, it's saying that that's what we believe. And then I just don't believe that there's accurate. I mean, first of all, the use of the word voucher is nowhere in the bill. I'm not sure if you've read it or not, but it's just not an accurate statement to ask us to sign. And going back to the validity of it, I mean, I have a side-by-side of the two documents that came straight from TASB's website, and I'd be happy to read them like together and see how similar they are.
I have one follow-up comment that I'm sorry. Irregardless of what the document looks like, that doesn't negate the gist of what's trying to be accomplished. He's trying to say specifically we are against school vouchers, which hurt public education. Charter school vouchers, charter school funding, charter school savings account, private school, whatever you want to, how you want to name it. The nuances associated with that, I think we're looking over, we're overstepping the big picture here. The big picture is, are we for it or are we against it?
No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but it comes specifically from TASB's website. So this is, the purpose of this document is so TASB can use it for their lobbying efforts. And to ask us to be a part of that is just not
I was told that it was from Mr. Hubert, not TASB.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have not asked for this.
They've
It's
asked
right
for
here,
a resolution.
actually.
But they have not asked for what he has produced.
If you'd like to
regardless.
read a side by side of it,
He
it's
can
right
do
here.
what he wants as president and bring forth a resolution.
I think that the TASB situation is a red herring. I think that's a distraction. Whether we are against what the resolution has presented, or are we for it? That's what we're here to discuss.
If I may.
TASB is totally a red herring here.
If I may, Ms. Dungan would like
Yes,
to.
so, Mr. Williams, are you currently familiar with the status of Senate Bill 8?
You either for it or you against it.
Are you familiar with this piece of legislation?
Mr. Williams don't take questions from the board.
Well, you want to make arguments, so I want to answer to that question.
I'm making arguments. I'm not taking questions or
You
asking
don't.
questions.
I'm asking, simply stated, are you familiar with the status of this piece of legislation?
Are you for public education or are you against?
Are
public
you
education?
familiar with the status
No,
of this?
you
piece
can
of
ask it
legislation?
5 or 6
There
different
are
times, don't
multiple
mean I'm
bills that
gonna
have
answer
added
it.
on
Do you know, do you
HSAs.
know the number of those bills?
There's the new House bill, there's multiple
What's the
bills.
number
It
of the
doesn't
House
matter,
bill?
I'm against
It
all
does
of them.
matter.
No, it doesn't matter, I'm
Have
against
you
all
read
of
the
those bills.
Let's just have a civil conversation. We're okay. This is good. We're having a good conversation.
No.
Let's just continue the thought.
I heard the question, I acknowledge the question, let's move on.
So,
That's the answer.
any other conversation about the motion, which is to remove this item from the agenda tonight?
I'm here to support public education. I'm ready to vote on this
I
motion.
appreciate that.
Are you calling for the question?
I'm calling
the vote.
I'm calling for the motion. All those in favor of removing this item from the agenda tonight, be shown by the uplifted hand. 2, 3. Those is against. All right, motion fails. So, back to your point, Ms. Oldenweiler, I know that I don't have it right. This was just a starting point. It was just a draft. If there are things in here that you are saying they're completely wrong, I want to know about it because I want it to be accurate. I do not want to mislead. I don't want to do anything like that. So if there are things that you have found that are not correct, I certainly want those things out. And I'd like to start off by saying that I love the fact that the state legislator is putting a spotlight on public education. I believe that it's necessary. We've heard parents talk about dyslexia funding. We've talked about all kinds of different things, and I appreciate the fact that there are so many people, including our governor, our senators, our state reps, everybody is involved in trying to find a way to create better educational outcomes for our students, specifically for Conroe ISD. I appreciate that. I'm not sure that I have heard a solution that I believe is in line with what we do as a school district for Conroe ISD. I'm specifically talking about Conroe ISD. When we hear the ratings that we get continually about how great we are, we're number 2 in the state, we're fiscally responsible, balanced budget, all of the wonderful things that we do, I don't see how these programs, this educational savings account, which is in committee, helps our school district, our public education here.
Mr. President.
So that's the reason for us to come up with a solution. And if it aligns with almost line by line by TASB, that's not my fault. I've never talked to them about this. I didn't get this draft from them. I've never looked at their website for any of this other stuff. I'm just telling you, you can believe me or not believe me, that's fine, but I'm telling you, I did not get this from TASB.
Mr. President, I think that's irrelevant. If you got it from the little kid on the corner here, the facts still remain. Do we support public education or we don't? My question would be, I mean, not my question, my comment would be that we don't entertain going around and around on something that folks ultimately don't want to take a stance on. I think that we should take action on this tonight. I would make the motion that we accept this resolution because I agree wholeheartedly with everything you presented, as presented, on behalf of CISD as a school board, accepting a resolution of Conroe ISD Board of Trustees opposing vouchers and educational savings accounts. That's my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
Do we have a second? Motion and a second, and the motion is to accept the resolution as written.
I have
Okay.
a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How can you accept or put your name on something that you have not read?
I just take it. You're gonna just do that.
No. We're talking about just the resolution, not the bill.
We're just doing
Regarding a bill that hasn't been read, how many have read the bill?
I've read the bill.
The proposed bill?
Yeah. Are you talking about the Senate or the House?
The Senate and the
Yes.
House, both?
They both, the one's a companion.
I personally don't need any amendments or secondary documentation to understand fully what's been drafted here.
So you-
I'm going to address my support of this or count my support of this based on the face value of the document.
Understood. Okay, other thoughts or
I
questions?
see no point. I mean, we don't make the decision. We don't empower choice. So I see no point in making a statement on a resolution that is not accurate.
So the resolution it's just a position. It doesn't hold water in Austin. It's just saying, as a public school, this is how we feel about the proposed educational savings accounts. That's it. You understand that, right?
Mr. President.
Hold on one second. You understand it? So
I
we're not-
understand what a resolution is. Yes.
Okay, all right, because you're acting as if that we're voting
You're
on a
asking me
bill.
to sign a resolution.
I'm
Whether
asking you
it's
to help me
turn the
draft.
lights off, it's a resolution.
I'm asking you to help me draft a resolution.
That's not what's on the floor.
That's what I'm
Mr.
asking you.
President.
That's on the back.
That's not what's on the floor.
No,
be
I
clear.
understand that, but that was my original, I'm going back to, I understand what's the vote, I understand what the motion is. My original request was, this is a starting point. Please help me draft a resolution that is something that you could support that says, hey, look, as a public school, which we are, and we sit on, we're not for defunding and taking away funds from us. And if you do, level off the playing field. Make it to where the money that's going out is being accounted for. You know, I've done a lot of research on this myself. This is not something that's simple. One of the main reasons why I even put this together is because I am an extremely conservative individual. I am fiscally conservative, and the numbers don't add up the way it is. They don't add up, and so I'm struggling with that. And as a public school, as the board president of one of the greatest public schools in the state of Texas, I believe that we are well within our right to say, hey, we're coming up with a resolution that states we are not for defunding Conroe ISD.
Yeah.
Ms. Duncan, you said you want to say something?
I find it very concerning that anyone at this dais would sign something pertaining to proposed legislation that has not been read.
Mr. President, I find it
And
very
it's inaccurate.
concerning that we have public officials elected to a board that's a public education board that refuses to support something that's detrimental to the public education. I find that appalling, and
We refuse to support the resolution.
and,
How do you know that if you haven't read it?
just from me personally, I believe this whole voucher system,
It's not a voucher
a
system.
voucher system, educational savings system, is just a huge step back, a huge, we're going backwards, if you will, in the progress that we made over the years since '54. This is a situation where we're attempting to take a step down the road of segregation, not on race this time, but economics, right? Because you get a voucher of a kid that's living in an economically disadvantaged place, that voucher's not going to bust that kid over there. That voucher's not going to go pick up that kid. That voucher's not going to ensure that kid's access to all the ancillary programs associated with that. So this is a have and have-nots voucher. This is all it is, a have-not piece of legislation. It's all about access, all about segregation of our kids. And I think that the public school system is the only equalizer, the great equalizer, if you will, that's going to keep our community strong and our country strong. And I think this is a step in the wrong direction, huge step in the wrong direction. So that was my rationale for supporting this piece of resolution, this resolution wholeheartedly.
I just don't, maybe I'm not getting something, because to me this seems like a no-brainer. I mean, we're all here, we all, ran to sit here and support and serve our community by ensuring a great public school district. I am a product of public education. My kids are in Conroe ISD schools. I believe in public education. If we're not going to use our space here to advocate against a bill that would divert money from our school district, like what are we doing here if we're not doing that?
So if I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Williams, you're stating that this is greater than Conroe ISD, am I correct? You're talking all public schools.
What's your, I don't understand the question. I'm not necessarily taking questions from the board, but I'm willing to hear
Public schools, we need to keep them
what
great
you're
and not
saying.
divert funds, correct? So what are we telling all those districts with Fs, Cs, Ds? That if we sign this that their parents don't have a right to choose to get their kids out of failing districts and take their money elsewhere? I mean, I'm not saying that, and I'm not worried. Here's the bottom line. I'm not worried about Conroe ISD. Right. We are one of the best school districts in the state and in the country on top of that. We have much success, many things to be proud of. And if parents have the ability to move their children to another place, I see us growing scarily more than we are. Because that, it gives parents the right to choose, but it also holds, my other big, that I keep saying is that, back to just staying on that point of public schools and supporting them, I'm all for public schools. By golly, I ran for a public school board because I had the experience in the classroom and I had the expertise and I could see the problems that were faced and I see problems down the road. I am all for Conroe ISD and seeing the school district continuing to be good and improving where we need to improve. That's why I ran.
I'd like to respond to that, but please go ahead.
So I'm very well versed in the paradigm you just laid out. If you have a system where a school system is failing, you exacerbate the problem by taking the resources out of that school system and letting parents take more than their share of contribution to that school system and put them elsewhere with private. I'm all for private education. I'm all for charter education. But take private dollars, right, and take folks who have the resources to do that, let them do that. But this is a public school system, right? And for you to take for anybody to suggest a public school system should be abandoned, because that's inadvertently what you're doing when you take resources out of a failing school district, has nothing to do with CISD, and take those resources and put them to a private situation where kids have to be bused, and you still have to have some economic means in order for that to work for those kids. And what is it to say for the kids you leave behind in that school system? You're going to have teachers there that are only there for a check because their resources have been cut. You're going to have a lack of resources from books and everything else. And then, so what, you just as well tear that school down and build a prison.
We're already in a pipeline to a prison with dyslexia and other learning disabilities, if you're going to go that route.
Mr. President, I move the question.
Hold on one second. We're not done. You may, and I'd still like to respond.
Dr. Knoll, could you explain the failing school transfer that doesn't include finances, but that a student can request when
So currently, if you're at an F school, then you can request a transfer out to a non-F school.
Right.
So.
But you don't get to take your funds with you, or you do?
There's no.
You could, so like,
it's public
for us,
to public.
it's public to public, so there's no, you're taking your funds with you,
That's
because
what I
when you go, your school districts are funded based on enrollment, so you would, yes, you're taking your funds with you when you do that.
But they're not giving you a check.
They don't give you the check, it's just wherever you're enrolled in school is going to be funded because you're enrolled there.
Right, but they're not giving anyone a check. According to this bill, no one is getting a check. No one's getting a voucher.
I'm sorry?
The word voucher is not in this bill anywhere.
Okay,
so then my question to you would be, why are we putting this forward if we already have a system in place where a student at a failing school can transfer to another failing public school, taking their daily allotment with them? Then why are we going through this whole thing if people aren't getting a check? And they can use it and put it in their HSA account, they can use it for tuition, they can use it for books, they can use it for all of these different things. So obviously they're either getting some sort of refund from the government, or they are physically getting some kind of financial benefit in order to do that. Why would we be setting up a whole new government entity to manage the funds if people aren't getting a check?
It's an account. It's not.
It's not even held in their own hands. It has to be provided to the state.
It's like an HSA. Again, out of our purview. I'm not quite sure why we're still having this conversation, but it's an account.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
you
okay.
don't get a check.
But you
real talk.
But you still get it. You still
I
get a
don't-
check.
I don't support this resolution.
If the government is putting money.
I do not want anybody talking over anybody. I
wasn't
believe
done yet.
everybody's voice is important.
If you are receiving money from the government in an HSA account, then you are receiving a check because you are able to use it for the listed items. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Not. It's an account. The account goes and pays for your medicine when you're regarding the HSA is what you're talking about.
And where does this
bill
mythical
is a
money
moving
come from
target,
then?
by the way. Everything is changing constantly. There's hold harmless. They're saying that the funding is not going to affect public education because of the school fund versus the state's general revenue fund. I mean, it's a moving target. So why are we even making a position on something that just is a moving target nonstop?
Mr. President, it's apparent that we have board members that are against
No,
the resolution, that are for vouchers, for
You cannot
education
make
savings
a
systems.
statement like that.
I just did.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me back this up. What I have heard, I understand your point. I think there's some validity to that. But what I've also heard is that the way it's written, it is inaccurate. I still want to get to the inaccuracy as well. I'd also like to talk to you about just a couple of things as well. So we talked about the from public school to public school transfer. We also have, so the current school choices that we have today are public schools, private schools, charter schools, homeschool, virtual school, inter-school transfers, and all that stuff. I don't see how this educational savings account is creating an additional school choice. I don't see that, right? So my argument is, and once again, my hat is off to those who are trying to create better education outcomes. I think that's extremely important. But when I do the numbers as well, like I said, I'm fiscally responsible and fiscally conservative on this stuff. The amount of money that would be going into the educational savings account is more than what the public school gets right now. And that's only, the public school gets $6,160 per student if they have perfect attendance. The other amount in the educational savings account, I know it doesn't go to the individual, but it goes to the school, is going to be paying tuition. And the other argument I have is the amount of money that's going in, which is currently proposed, is up to $10,500 or even $8,000 are the numbers that we've heard. If you have two kids, that's $16,000. Right? So I am all for you taking your tax dollars and spending your tax dollars however you want. That's part of who I am. But if you look at the average household evaluations here in Montgomery County, it's $303,000. You're talking about a $4,000 to $5,000 tax bill. So now all of a sudden, you're not just using your tax dollars, you're using my tax dollars and your tax dollars to spend for someone else's student. And I have personal accounts of my own kids going to a charter school when they were in 5th grade and 2nd grade. And this charter school, we sent them there because my children had ADD, ADHD. They're on the spectrum. And we as a family decided that was going to be the move that we were going to make. And we sent them there in August. And by Christmas, we had to put them back in public school because the charter schools just did not have the resources. To the point that where they were calling us and saying, you've got to come pick up your kid. Well, why is that? Well, he's not really that bad. That's not the issue. The issue is I got to know where to put him. There's 10 in a classroom. I don't have a nurse. I don't have a place to put him. I can't put him out in the hallway, so you got to come get him. My wife, who was a teacher and a counselor at the time, they begged her to come do classroom coaching on how to do better in the classrooms and stuff. I had to write it down. Staff development and the classroom training and dealing with behavioral issues. They begged her because they just didn't have the resources. I have also talked to a teacher at a teacher that is currently at a charter school. And they've been having meetings about what is going to happen if this thing goes through. And they have all been told, we're not doing anything different. We're not going to add resources. We're not going to add anything. We're just going to cash the checks when the checks come in. How is that creating a better educational outcome? I also have a very close friend of mine who has his child in a private school, 3rd grade, diagnosed with dyslexia, uses the NIHouse program. It's a great private school, moving to a public school because they do not have the resources. And when he asked about this voucher program, that school told him, we're not going to be able to do anything different. So I understand the desire for better educational outcomes. I'm not seeing it. Iowa is a state that's been doing vouchers for years, and one of the longest out there. And studies show that you do not get better educational outcomes with the voucher program than you currently do. So as a board president, I tried to put something together if it's not accurate, I'd love to know what's not, so we can strike that, to have some kind of concession from everybody that says, hey, we're for public education. We are not for defunding of public education. Or if you're saying it doesn't defund public education, then there's only so many pennies in a dollar, right? So if you're going to pay the school and you're going to pay the private school, then that means my taxes have to go up, because you got to collect the money from somewhere. So those are the issues that I have, and that's why I just want to have a resolution. It's just a resolution.
Mr. President, I appreciate that resolution. I did have one other comment that came to me as I look at the fine officers in the back. This is almost synonymous. This is why hypocrisy just hits me a different way. This is synonymous for me to say, I don't think the officers of CISD or the officers of Conroe Police Station or the Montgomery County officers who provide a public function, provide a public service, for me to say, I don't think they're doing a good job. I want to take my piece of money that I contribute to the public service, public good, take it out and go hire private service for my house. We're taking money away from a public service, right? And we're taking, because I chose to make that decision on my own, right? I want my dollars out of that system, which is going to hurt that system tremendously. It's going to almost cripple that system, right? And we expect success out of that, right? And I'm going to retract my previous statement where I said this is segregation on lines of economics. It's segregation on lines of economics and race, because that's correlated. It's extremely correlated, right? In any school system across America. So we're stepping back. We must get this Brown versus Board of Education back in play, because that's how far back we're attempting to go with this school vouchers and education savings system. However you try to shellac it, when it's all said and done, it's still a horrible piece of legislation. And that's all. I'll leave it at that. So you have a motion on the floor, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I would hope we would entertain that.
We would entertain it. The thing that's bothering me is the inaccuracies, because once again, I understand, Mr. Williams. I do.
I think it's
I just want. I appreciate those that are saying they've read through this and said, hey, there are some inaccuracies in here. So I would love to be able to address
Would you
those.
like to table this, have everyone come back with their information at the June, I believe we're having a June workshop?
There'll be a special meeting in
At
June.
that point, maybe there will be some legislation that we can either agree with or disagree with.
I think that.
I don't know if we can do that before we finish his motion.
Oh, no, I got a motion. We're going to
Yeah, I think we'll
motion.
vote on that motion, but
Yeah.
Ms. Dungan, would you say you?
Is really anything gonna change? I mean.
There's a lot that could change.
Obviously, there are
No,
members
in the
all
opinions
time.
on this board.
No, there are three
isn't
members on the
about our
board that want to.
opinion.
Isn't
that-
it?
No, it's
want
not
to
a
address an
resolution,
accuracy.
Stacy.
That's what this is,
Isn't
is a
it though?
resolution.
No, it isn't.
Then how could it be
It's
written that
opinion
you
about
would
what you
support
wrote,
it?
or what TASB wrote as a resolution, which, by the way, when it's signed, it says email back to TASB.
Okay, like, please,
I'm
like,
not
can we
signing
move on
something
past
Do
it?
you
Okay.
think that I'm following TASB?
Yes, I do.
I think we're missing.
Okay, so I'm a liar when I said I never talked to TASB?
I didn't say that. You said that.
I'm
You're saying
asking-
that.
but how could you not?
I'm telling you, side by side. If
Okay,
you compare the
I
two,
move that we
just
call the
they're
vote.
almost verbatim.
I'm just,
And
I'm
I'm not
not,
signing something that TASB wants you to sign.
I'm going to put this on record. I think I agree with Ms. Odenwald.
what's that?
That's a rarity.
Dear diary.
Lock that in.
Well, okay, we'll call the vote, but I will also say
I want
this.
to hear the motion again, though, please.
Well, I will state the motion, but I will also say that I think it is very disrespectful for a board member to sit up here and just contradict me when I say I have never talked to TASB about this, I have nothing to do with this. If it mirrors them, it mirrors them. I had nothing to do with that. We have no intention of sending this off to TASB. TASB's not in my back pocket. I haven't talked to these people. You can choose to believe me or not, but for you to sit up here and say the things that you're saying is completely disrespectful and uncalled for.
I also find it very
Hey, let's
disrespectful
move the
that
play.
Mr. Williams was telling us our opinions on vouchers, et cetera, and the bill doesn't have anything to do with it, and so forth. And my only reason
I'll comment on
is
that.
asking for
I'll
this
comment
to
on
be
My pastor once
tabled
told
or
me.
dismissed for discussion tonight
If I
is
offend
because
anyone-
of the inaccuracies in it.
Okay, so if I offend anyone unnecessarily, I apologize. But if you offended and you convicted by it because it's true, then it is what it is. I make no
I'd
apology
like to make
for
a
it.
comment to that.
So let's go ahead and get this vote.
I'd like
I
to
mean,
make a
Ms.
comment for
Duncan
the
would like
record.
to comment.
For the record, I would like to make a comment
Sure.
that I can't take seriously anyone to vote on something that they are not fully familiar with.
Noted.
But honestly, we don't even, I mean, SB 8 is not even in here. We're just taking a position that we do not support vouchers or any other mechanism like a voucher that diverts funds from public education. Why is that so revolutionary? Help me
Because it
understand
changes
that.
all the time. Currently, they're saying that the
Don't
funding
have
is not
anything
going
to
to
say.
be defunding.
We can take everything out but the last paragraph, that we do not support vouchers or any other mechanism that diverts funds from public education in
Again,
Texas.
the
Do you
latest,
support that?
The latest verbiage in the bill is saying that it's not going to be defunding.
Nothing about the bill.
I'll take that
Just
amendment.
a pure.
Well, what's the point?
No, then what's the point?
Do you support that?
It depends. It depends on what's going to go
And
in 5 minutes.
that's the whole point of this, right? It doesn't matter if we come back in 2 weeks or 2 years.
This has nothing to do with us. This is not for us to vote on.
Okay.
I'm still not
It's
sure
in
we
the hands of
understand
the
what it is.
legislators.
It's gonna remain in the hands of the legislator.
Yeah, and TASB is going to take our signed document and lobby with it.
I'm just not going to vote in favor of a resolution that states this.
Noted.
And so let's just take the vote.
Well,
And for the record, you're not prepared to adjust or work in good faith to adjust it to a resolution that you would support. Is that correct?
I would very much be happy to do that, but I would like for our board to be fully informed at that point. And it's obvious that we're not fully informed because only a few of us have raised concerns about inaccuracies in this. And if everyone on this board was fully informed, they would have seen the inaccuracies in it and asked for those changes. So my bottom line is, let's just take the vote, whatever the motion is, and move forward.
Fully informed about what? SB 8? It does not mention SB 8 at all in
This,
here.
the words in this,
I think everyone has read this.
and you are, for the record,
I
you're
support everything in this.
Do you support everything in this?
Absolutely.
Hold on.
Do you support everything
I would
in
like,
this?
I would have expounded on it more. So, but yes, I do support everything in here.
Okay,
I would have
that's
made it
two.
a whole lot more.
Okay.
we don't do votes like
robust.
that. We
I'm
don't do
just
votes
saying,
like
for
that.
the record,
For the record, would you
I'm being
share
asked.
with me what one of the inaccuracies on? Because it's important to me. I want to make sure we're right. So would you please share with me one of the inaccuracies on
all
here?
references to vouchers is inaccurate. Well, I guess depending on how you're using it, I'll give that. I'll
Okay.
grant that. But all communication in this document that refers to anything about private schools, homeschooling, etc., not having any accountability, academic and financial responsibility declarations, all of those in multiple of these paragraphs are inaccurate.
So you would prefer him to outline the differences between private school and public school?
No, I'm just stating that there's statements in here that say
Okay, so if we struck that one.
there's
that you
multiple of
support,
them.
What's the other one?
You know what? Again, as I stated, y'all should be informed about what you're voting on, and it is clear you are making a resolution on things you don't fully understand. I know my answers to these. I can tell you every one of them. How about you all go back and do your research and learn what is inaccurate in this document before blindly signing something again and making mistakes?
At what point should we take offense to you telling us we're not informed about what we're about to
Because you just told me you were in favor of every single thing in this,
That
that
was
you
rhetorical.
agreed with everything in this.
I do.
And if okay, then you are not fully informed because there are inaccuracies and statements in this
I
document.
think I'm qualified to give an opinion on what I believe and what I'm informed on. I think I'm the only one qualified to do that. So, Mr. President, let's call the vote,
Odermuller,
please.
like, I understand what you're saying, but you are comparing this to SB 8. And I think we're all pretty well informed on what's going on there, but not once in here does it mention SB 8.
I'm not referring to SB 8, I'm referring to several statements.
Why
I've
are
already
you
stated
saying
them.
that it says the vouchers, but this, it says
I
a different...
stood back down from that statement.
Okay, so your other statements are not saying it's inaccurate as compared to SB 8.
No, my other statements have nothing to do with SBA.
Okay, so what about supporting, what about the statement about not supporting vouchers or any other mechanism to divert funds from public school districts do you not support? What if we just trimmed it down to that one statement?
We do not have jurisdictional purview over that decision.
But it's not, we're not like police here. Like, we're just advocating, hey, we believe in public education. We do not support anything that diverts funds from public education.
I'm not going to support something that states that when I realize there are districts and other places that are struggling and parents are stuck.
We're wearing a Conroe ISD school board trustee hat, okay? When we make that statement and we say, we do not support any vouchers or mechanisms that divert funds from our school district.
Hey, I think we're at the impasse. Let's go ahead.
Do you support that? Like, can we just, I think it would be great if we could show solidarity and something.
I'm
I think
perfectly
it's so
fine with what Trustee Wagaman just stated.
What about the special needs? Do we have access to the SESS
We can
grant?
put something together for them
which is
later. Let's work on this
also
today.
educational savings account? Do we have access to that? Because if that's true, then that's also missing from the resolution.
Okay, yeah, so what if we trimmed it down to that one single statement?
No, there are multiple statements. And again, it's a moving target. It constantly changes.
What constantly changes?
The funding process. It goes from hold harmless to the foundation to the general revenue account, saying that it's not going to be defunding school funding. We don't know. It's a moving target. It could change in 5 minutes. Why are we signing this?
Trustee Nelson, you would not support something as simple as saying we do not support vouchers or any other mechanism that diverts funds from public education.
Not until I see something finalized in my face and I completely understand what's written.
It's just a very basic statement.
It's not. I'm not signing my name to something unless I fully understand it. And it's, again, a moving target.
What is not to understand about how you do not support vouchers or any other mechanism pulling funding out of public schools?
Well, if it's not defunding public schools, then what are you not understanding?
I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
If it's not defunding public schools, then what are you missing?
Are you serious?
I think I said probably 5 times now that it's a moving target. It goes from the foundation to the general fund to the hold harmless. It's constantly evolving. I cannot sign my name to something that's constantly evolving.
It's clear. It's clear.
No, but Mr. President, Ms. Duncan has something to say. I'm sorry.
I sure do. As Ms. Nelson is stating, this legislation is constantly changing. It's being rewritten. There's been all kinds of stuff that's been going on.
It's not SBA.
Well, then what's the relevance? This is irrelevant.
Yeah, we do not
Just a really basic show
Why don't we start
support.
making basic statements about everything then? This
You
is
are more than
irrelevant.
welcome to make those
More
resolutions
than welcome.
open. All it was is to the point. I understand what you're saying. It's just a statement saying that we're not for public funds to be diverted from our
And
school
for the
district.
record, I just don't feel like that's a relevant point. That we're not there. Like with
Why
legislation.
did you even run to sit on this board if you don't believe in this school district?
I never said I don't believe in the school district. I absolutely believe in the school
You
district. Why
know
would
that
you?
we are woefully underfunded.
No, she said
The state of Texas woefully underfunds public education. How could you even waffle and sit on the fence about a really basic statement like don't take money out of our public school district?
I don't want
We
them
don't
to
know
take
that
money.
that's going to be the
So why
case,
can't
Stacy.
we all get behind that?
because we don't know that that's the case.
Look,
So
this goes back to
it's-
parental
it's-
choices. Let's just take the vote.
Let's go, man.
It's two different things. So it's two different things. I understand what oh my gosh, Ms. Chase. I understand what Ms. Chase is saying. I understand what you're saying. But I want you to be able to separate the two things. What we're saying is we would be for a resolution that would not defund public schools to go towards private schools. Now, if they rewrite this SB 8 and the House bill and all that, if it comes out and that's in line with our resolution, then it's fine. If it's not, we're just saying, hey, we don't want to defund Conroe ISD. So they're two different things. The moving target and all that other stuff, there's talk of a special session. The special session would be about about the voucher and the education savings account, that's still us saying, hey, our position as a public school is we just don't want to defund. I would be willing to take, as Ms. Chase said, I'll take all of these things out. I do not have an axe to grind with any senator, with any state, with anybody who is putting this. I do believe that they're doing their best because I do believe they believe in our kids and the education, and they want better education. I do believe that. I really do. I've met with them. I know that that's where their heart is. All I'm saying is we could have a resolution that says, hey, don't take it from us. Don't pull money from a public school, especially Conroe ISD, because we're pretty damn good. We're really good. We're really strong at what we do. So that's all I'm saying.
I think we've all made it clear where we stand relative to public education. Let's take a vote, please.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion.
Ooh, I gotta accept that. Let's see what you got.
Okay.
Well, someone's got to second it.
What's your amendment? First of all, would you allow me to restate the motion right now?
Yes, I will allow that.
The motion is by Mr. Williams is to accept the resolution as it is, and it's been seconded, and so now you are about to make an amendment to that motion.
I would amend the motion to accept the resolution abbreviated for the one statement that we do not, what I've been saying over again, we do not support vouchers or any other mechanism that would divert funds from non-public schools. So this last whereas.
So you are striking all the whereases?
Except that last one. Whereas the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees opposes any legislation, any, SB 8, SB whatever, like in perpetuity, whatever, that would take funding from public school districts to fund vouchers or any other mechanism that would reduce or divert funds to non-public schools.
Before I call for a second on that, okay, no, I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and call a second. There is an amendment to the motion. Is there a second to the amendment?
I hesitate to second that because I fully am aware that it's not going to change anyone's perspective on that.
But you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, open for discussion.
Mr.
So,
President.
yes, ma'am.
Will this resolution, just for the record,
Hmm?
are there any plans or intentions to share this, a potentially signed resolution with TASB?
Absolutely not. I
There
have
were
no
never-
intentions, no emails, no anything. This is just something for us. It'll probably go on our website stating that this is our position, but no, I'm not working with TASB. I have no desire to work with TASB on this. This
Just
didn't
for the
come from
record.
them, but
Thank you.
that's a good question. I like the amendment. I like the amendment because accuracy is important to me. Now, Ms. Oldenweller, I'm struggling to find where the inaccuracies is. Maybe the wording might be different,
But
and
that's
maybe that's what
irrelevant.
you're
We
voting.
struck-
I understand
we
that.
struck all that.
I get that, but I'm
Let's-
showing my
let's-
support for the amendment because, once again, if one of the statements is private schools, unlike public schools, are not required to measure, report the academic performance of their students or publicly disclose financial performance, if that part is inaccurate, but the part where it says to the taxpayers is 100% accurate, 100% accurate. The wording might be a little different, but I don't believe, I can tell you now that I had no intention of misleading or making any statements that were false. I checked these things. Texas already has many school choice options, including private school, homeschool, charter school, virtual. That's a very true statement. All these statements are true. Maybe the wording is different, that's what I wanted to get at. But that's why I like this amendment, because strike all that stuff and basically say
Yeah,
at
let's
the
keep
very
it
end.
simple, a very simple statement.
Okay.
And I'm looking for a compromise, right, where we can
Right.
all
Second.
get on board a really basic show of support
I
for
second.
public education in
I
Texas,
second.
of which we all raised our hand to be and serve for, so.
I'm just not convinced that the legislation is saying that it will defund public education. I
Perfect,
see
then you
what-
wouldn't have any problem with this. You wouldn't have any problem with this then, that's perfect.
All right.
So why would I sign something that said, I'm saying I'm not certain. I said I didn't know for a fact. I said I'm not certain that it would be defunding public
Yeah.
education. So I don't want to sign something
Right.
saying that I'm for it.
But once again, it's two different things. We're not controlling what's going on in the Senate, in the House. We're not controlling that. We're not making influence on it. We're just saying, we as this public school district are not for public funds being diverted from us to go to other entities that won't be
Yeah.
held accountable the same way. Yes, ma'am.
So again, if this, on the record, is not going to be shared with TASB for lobbying
It's
purposes.
gonna be on the website.
What's the overall purpose of this, any resolution regarding?
I'll tell you
Tone.
several things. First and foremost, I believe we owe it to our school district, our 10,000 students, our teachers and administrators, to let them know that we are not in support of defunding them and their programs and everything that we have.
Okay.
I think that's
To your point.
That's one of my points.
To your point, I appreciate that, I really do.
Mhm.
Had we paid attention to polls, I find that those 10,000 plus minus
Mhm.
may be a part of the over 89% of this county that are for some form of school choice. So I think that would.
89% of the people in Montgomery County are
Yeah, I
for,
have a poll I can forward to you.
are for the
I don't
vouchers.
believe that at all.
Yeah, 89.
89% of Montgomery
In Montgomery
County.
Now that's not just Conroe ISD, so let's be.
I understand.
That's the entire
89% of Montgomery County is
It was a
for.
poll done by University of Texas, UT Tyler.
Well, anyway.
How many people were taken in that poll?
I'll
I'm
have
just
to go
curious.
back over it.
Let's not get off.
Come on, guys. We
All
got-
this
Sorry,
says-
it's a
all
valid
this says
point.
If it's
is
that
do not
important.
support.
You got the motion, the second, the
All right.
motion to
Mr.
the amendment.
Hubert, I'm going to be abstaining, so be watching.
Be watching, okay.
Okay, you got
All
the
right,
motion.
so on the amendment, so we're voting on the amendment. I'm calling the vote for the amendment to strike everything except the last the last whereas. Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees oppose any legislation that would take funding from public school districts to fund vouchers or any other mechanism that would reduce or divert funds to non-public schools. And now therefore be it resolved that Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees calls the Texas legislature to refuse any redirection of public dollars to private entities in the form of any type of mechanism akin to vouchers or educational savings account. That is the motion, to strike everything except for those last two
Yep.
things that I read.
I mean, those are very basic
Right.
statements.
All those in favor of the amendment, show by the uplifted hand. 2. All those opposed to the amendment? 1. And abstentions? 3 abstentions. Okay, so I'm not sure. I believe the motion carries, but we didn't have a majority of that amendment.
So the motion died.
So I think the motion probably dies. Yeah, so the motion before us is to accept the resolution as is. That's the motion, to accept the motion as is. Now, abstentions, people are certainly welcome to abstain. The purpose of an abstention is if you have a conflict of interest, just like I had a while ago. Conflict of interest with me was, we're voting on something that one of my sister company was a part of. So, typically you give a reason for an abstention. This is not really something, there's no conflicts on this, so.
My only issue with abstaining is the fact that we don't have a unified board willing to look at all of the items in some form of agreement and understanding. And that's why I asked for this to be taken home, brought back at the next workshop with all of the changes and edits so that we could make.
I don't think that'll ever happen. I think we've proven that point.
But I have to trust and believe that people would at least try.
Yeah.
And be informed.
We did have a motion earlier to remove it completely, and that failed. So now we have a motion to accept it as is. So if that motion fails, then we can have another motion. So.
Understood.
All right. So we will vote on the motion to accept the resolution as is. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions?
I'll
I didn't get.
I voted
She- no,
against it
she
as
was
it
a nay.
stands.
Okay.
So you voted against?
Against
Yes.
as it stands.
Okay. Voted against. So the motion fails as well.
What's a fail?
Did it fail?
The motion failed because we didn't have 4.
You need 4 votes.
We need
Okay,
4
maybe
votes.
we need to call for that again.
So 3 abstained.
Yes.
Well, can we call for it again?
No,
there
I
were
won't call
three
for it
abs-
again.
Okay.
The
No,
vote
you
was,
just have
the
to
vote's
make
a final,
another
so it
motion.
just, the motion didn't
Make it-
pass.
Teresa, you have a motion?
The motion didn't pass.
I move that we restate the motion from Mr. Williams and call for a vote on it.
Well, I've already called the vote, so I don't
My
need to
motion
call it
was to
again. We've
accept
already
the-
voted on this.
Accept it as presented, and we got three out of it.
That
How
just
about, I know
failed.
that just
So-
Yeah,
failed.
the motion failed. So back to the resolution, if someone has a motion they'd like to make.
I have a motion
Okay.
to amend the resolution to saying I support parent choice as long as it doesn't defund public education.
Okay.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this? What does that mean? What does parent choice mean?
Just that it's the parent's choice as to how they want to educate their child.
Right.
As long as there's an option that doesn't
what-
defund.
What
Well,
if
that's-
a parent decides they don't want to educate their child at all?
What's on them?
That's on,
I mean, that's the parent's choice.
it's against the law to not educate
That would be a
your
whole
child.
nother.
So the motion is we're going to make a resolution that says we support parental choice.
As long as it doesn't defund public education or Conroe ISD.
I think that defund is too vague in that regards, but
Well, and technically, anybody that's in our district, and if they are not going to Conroe ISD, they're defending Conroe ISD because we're not getting their daily allotment because they're going somewhere else.
Okay.
I just need
I
some more.
really appreciate though, like coming to the table with an idea. Thank you, Trustee McKinley.
Yeah. I'm struggling with the parental, like, we already have parental choice. What's the?
Again, irrelevant.
I
It's
don't
really, I mean, all of this seems irrelevant to me at this point.
I know.
Okay.
It's getting really late, and I would like to table this to the next workshop.
Okay, so in order to do so, we need to vote on Ms. Nelson's motion. And then if it doesn't pass, we
Oh,
can make
I'm sorry,
another
I didn't
motion
realize that
to.
was seconded.
It was seconded.
Oh,
We vote on that. And if that doesn't pass, then the motion could be made to table for our next meeting. So I'll call the vote for Ms. Nelson.
or Ms. Nelson can withdraw her motion, and then we can move to a new motion, correct?
Point of clarification, on the amendment to that motion, where we slimmed it down, how many yeas did we get? Two?
Two. It didn't pass.
We didn't need four.
So-
We needed four?
We need four. All right, so let's vote on the motion at hand. All those in favor of the motion to have CISD supports parental choice as long as it doesn't pull from
Defund public education.
defund public education. All those in favor of that motion show by the uplifted hand. 2, all those opposed by the same sign. 3, and abstentions? Abstaining, so the motion failed. So,
I was abstaining, sorry.
would you
Did you
like
get
to
that, Ms.
table the
Godfrey?
motion?
Yes, do you want?
Did
do
you
I
get
need a
my
motion?
You can make the motion to
abstention?
table it.
Okay,
I'd
sorry.
like to make a motion to table to the next board meeting.
I second that.
To the next board meeting
I mean,
or
to the next
workshop?
workshop.
workshop.
Workshop, meeting, whichever.
Can we vote on it in the workshop?
Well, it will be a special meeting. The day
Yeah.
of the
Special
it will
meeting,
be a
okay.
special meeting.
All
Yeah,
right.
so we'll be fine.
Yeah, just be
Okay.
June 6th. The June 6th special meeting.
June 6th special meeting.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion about that?
Actually, I want to retract my second. Can you restate that?
Restate the motion?
Yeah.
The motion was to table this resolution until our next meeting, and I believe the hopes is that those will have an opportunity to be a little bit more prepared than the last month that they've had to prepare for this. So that's the last 2 weeks or so, 10 days.
That would be June 6th.
Second.
It's motion and a second. Well, did you still want
I'll
to?
retract, yeah.
She retracted, so we have a second over here. Any other thoughts? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any opposed by the same sign? 1 abstention or 1 against, and abstentions. All right, motion carries. We will move this till next week, or in a couple of weeks, next month. All right, moving on to item C. Nominate candidate to the Texas Association of School Boards Board of Directors for Region 6B. I'm nominating.
Yay! I know, it's funny, but I will tell you, President Huber.
Yes.
Anyway, I called Mr. McCord doctor, I'm calling you president, what can I say? I'm going to abstain from discussion on this. I'm not a member of TASB, and I don't feel I should be voting on a representative to represent me there. So
The school district is a board.
Yeah, the school
We're not
district is-
individual
yeah.
members. None of us are individual. The school district is a member of TASB.
right, but I'm saying I don't think I should vote for someone. I'm just saying that I feel that's a conflict on my behalf. So y'all go ahead.
I agree.
Mr. President, same for me. I unenrolled when I became a board member. I asked for my name to be pulled. I hope it was, because you sent me confirmation.
I don't enroll anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm no longer in
School district is the member.
I no longer
And that's fine.
participate in
But
TASB.
y'all understand, like.
I do, I understand. So
No,
just, that's,
don't even.
Mr. President,
It's not
Yes.
worth it.
I will abstain.
So you're going to
This is for
abstain.
advocacy, like to represent the interests of our school district.
And that's
Okay,
fine.
all right.
I'm not saying someone shouldn't go. I'm just saying
Let
I
me
shouldn't
explain
have
the
a vote.
item. The item is that we are a large district. We have a seat on the TASB Board of Directors. When Mr. Moore resigned from the board, Ms. Wagman filled his spot. That position is now up for renomination and election, and Ms. Wagman would like to be nominated again if no one's opposed to fill our position on that Board of Directors.
I would nominate Ms. Wagaman to serve on the board of directors for TASB for Conroe ISD.
Any other nominations? All right, hearing none. I think it's a great idea, so I'm not in favor of a lot of the things that TASB does, but we do utilize them. I know Ms. Oldenweller calls them on occasion to discuss things that she's brought up in meetings several times that she's called
One
TASB.
time.
Yeah, but you call them, which is great.
Because I wanted them to legally define 2 words in a policy that we had wrong.
But the point is you utilize them, and I think it's important as a school district that if there are things that we don't like, I think it's great that we have an opportunity to have somebody at the board level, like Ms. Wagaman, to represent us and help maybe give some correction, help to let them know what we really want, and being on that board is extremely important. So, you know, like I said, I'm not a big fan of everything they do. I've been vocal about some of the training that they've had us do, or that they've helped us with, and some of the things they've said. But having a board member on that board, like Ms. Wagman, and I trust her that she can represent our values and hopefully have some influence for the good on that board. So thank you you accept
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
that. All right, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand.
I'll vote for myself.
Yeah, any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, executive session.
I just don't think I should vote on it.
All right, the board will go into closed session pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.074, 551.876, and 551.089 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision of the board will regard to any matters discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is 11:07 p.m. All right, we are back in session. The time is 12:43. Moving to item 13, which is action on executive session. We have none. Item 14 is take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. Does anybody have anything? All right, seeing none. Item 15 is to adjourn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all.